must begin.
Hello, 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 everyone. I hope you all are having a great weekend so far. Hey, Celeste. Hey, Clespier. Yeah, I'm excited for this project too. I will see you all in about 1 minute and we're gonna get started. Yeah, this one's gonna be so much fun. I had so much fun putting it together and I am really pumped. Oh my goodness, Drunk Uncle Grandma, thank you so much for the sub. Wow. So awesome of you. You get the generic subscription. I still haven't fixed my alerts. All right. Hello, everybody. What a way to start the stream. My goodness. Thank you so much, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Always lovely to see you in chat. What else do we got going on? Gwendolyn, they say, hey, everybody. Got my first job in tech this year and finally ready to do a project for fun. Yeah, you know, it's important to save time for fun, right? You know, they always say that something you shouldn't do is, you know, turn a hobby into a career because then it stops being fun. And I think it's important the other way around too. Once you are able to get a career in a field like this, it's important to then not make your only experience in that field be through work. You know, that's one of the reasons why, you know, I do this, right? Is because I spend I spend the work week writing SQL. And then on the weekends, I, you know, kick back by doing full stack web dev. But yeah, congratulations, Gwendolyn. That's awesome. Way to go. Yeah. Hey, Rye. Hey, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Hey, Copper Lily. Hey, Disrupt. Hey, 6Js. Hey, Sam Noah, welcome. They say congrats. I'm searching for my first job. I hope it comes soon. Yeah, and a lot of the projects that we do here on stream, including this one, are the types of projects that are meant to help you build your portfolio, to, you know, build your brand and get freelance clients and build things for your clients. And so that's actually one of the main drivers for today's project is, and we'll talk about it in a minute, is what I see as a really important niche in particular the freelance community. Hey, Elfans, good to see ya. Emperor says, nice, I'm currently working on my Japanese Grubhub site and also my tech team impression. Japanese Grubhub site, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. What's a tech team impression? Personal project is like Grubhub, but it's Japanese menu called Little Japan. Oh, very cool. Hey, welcome, people. They say, what stack will you be using? Yeah, we're going to be using React for the front end, React.js for the front end. And then we're going to have, for our server side code, we're going to be using Node and Express and JavaScript, and the backend is going to be MongoDB. However, you could absolutely do this project with, something like Supabase as well. If you wanted to do a relational backend, that would be very easy to do. The only reason we're going to be using MongoDB today is it's a stack that a lot of folks here are familiar with. But you could easily switch it out to something like Supabase. Rye said, I have a potential client, but I told him before he asked me, I have carpal tunnel and I'm taking a break from computer work and I want to do the project, but I don't really have a timeline to give him. Yeah, I mean, you could always, outsource, right? As long as you're transparent about it, you could always, outsource part of the work to someone else and pay them a percentage. I mean, if you need to, or you can just, take a break and say, hey, I'm dealing with an issue right now, a medical issue right now. I want to get back to this project as soon as possible. I mean, you have a lot of different approaches. Depends on the client timeline, right? But I think what's most important is that you honor your health. If you try to power through it, you'll just make it worse, and you might end up with a permanent problem. So yeah, I think it's important to take a break and honor your body, honor your health. Hey, Engineer Moore, good to see ya. All right, folks. So Emperor says, for my Flipper site, I have a friend that would take it for 20, but I need to set up Stripe, which will take a lot of time. $20? I hope you don't mean $20. Instinct Dev, oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, don't Emperor, $20. Your site is worth more than $20, my friend. $20 is not a reasonable price for developing a site, especially with Stripe integration. Absolutely not. You should be charging way more than that. Don't sell yourself short like that. I think most of the other folks here in chat would agree. Yeah, you got React, you got user authentication, you got Stripe integration. Yeah, that's worth way, 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 way more than that. Don't charge $20. You should be charging several hundred at minimum. I'm assuming that you are working with dollars as your native currency. I don't know that for sure, but all right, Elfinth, welcome. Oh, let's see, who did I miss? I thought I missed somebody. Let's see. Oh, right. Yeah, good. I'm glad you saw that. Good. Yeah, exactly. As folks are saying here, don't undersell your labor. And also, once again, thank you so much to Instinct Dev, and thank you to Drunk Uncle Grandma for subbing. That's so very kind of you. I always love seeing you all in chat. And yeah, that's so wonderful. Thank you so much. Hey, Motown. Yeah, as Elfenth says, if you're doing e-commerce, then it's at least $700 to start, and that's like for a one page. Yeah, so just to give you all a benchmark, I charged $1,250 for a static 5-page site. I did have to, I did end up adding some features to the site. But then I charged the client more for those features because they weren't in the original agreement. So I'm not saying that's what you have to charge. I'm just kind of giving a ballpark here of the types of things you can do. And the client agreed to that and they paid it. And they paid me 50% up front. So $750 up front. And then, and then additional when we were done. And then I ended up doing some video editing for them and I charged them more on top of that. And, so it ended up being an even bigger take than $1,250. Exactly. As Indifferent. Hey, Indifferent, good to see you, friend. Well, yeah, and I would agree with Indifferent. They say it sounds more like a web app than a website. Yeah, exactly. Once you start getting into integrations and user auth and stuff, you're talking full stack, you're talking apps. Yep. Do scope, get paid up front, all those lovely things. Exactly. All right, let's get into it. What are we doing today? Well, today we are going to do a build of a full stack site for a hair salon, but you could use this for whatever you would like. And the reason we're doing this for a hair salon is because I got a haircut recently, nothing dramatic, just a trim, but it was my first haircut since the start of the pandemic. So since 2020, I'd been cutting my own hair, trimming it a little bit. I decided to get a professional cut, and so I was researching salons in my area, looking at their websites, And one thing I realized is that universally, every single salon I went to, whether they were cheap or expensive or whatever, their websites were terrible. All of their websites, bar none, were awful. And that doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the business or the quality of the haircuts, but their websites were terrible. And so that made me think, my goodness, if anybody's out there freelancing, they could make bank by just talking to salons in their area and redoing their websites. And it wouldn't even be like, it wouldn't even be that complicated of an ask, right? Really, so terrible in what ways? It was basically like low resolution images, confusing confusing booking process, or maybe even non-existent booking process, right? Like you couldn't even request a booking on the site, or see, availability, broken links, broken buttons, couldn't see their list of services, all these just missing basic features, or a website that had clearly, or just a website that looked old, right? There's nothing wrong with a website that looks old that works, but it does sort of detract from the visual aspect of your business when your website looks like it was built in 1999. And so there's something to be said for maybe looking at salons in your area and seeing if they might have need or want your services, and maybe reaching out to them. Rick says, I'm here to schedule my haircut. Yeah, Copperly says, I've been cutting my own hair because I can't be bothered to go to a salon. Yeah, I've been doing that for 4 years. I did finally get a professional trim. It was very lovely. They did a great job. But again, their salon, their website was terrible, and in fact it was so bad that I booked for a particular stylist, and then when I got there, like, that stylist wasn't even on the schedule for that day. So like they didn't even have it configured, they didn't even have the booking configured correctly. I mean, the stylist I got did a great job, and my hair isn't that complicated, but still, just a outdated website that didn't function properly, poor images, bad navigation, broken links, all those types of things I found were very common with all the salons in my area. Yeah, Indifferent says, I walked down Hollywood Boulevard and 9 of 10 sites had websites that had broken functionality or didn't work at all. Yeah. So if you're looking for clients as a freelance, from a freelance perspective, just look in your area, wherever you're at. See, what businesses do I see on the main strip, on Main Street? One, do they have a website at all? And two, is it a good website? If not, if the answer to either of those questions is no, then maybe reach out to them. See if they want one. Yeah, and Disrupt says, I second that. I do sites for mechanics, restaurants, hair salons, herbalists. I started freelancing this way, doing partial barter while building my portfolio, and it works out well if it's a service you use. Yeah, that's a great idea. If you're uncomfortable charging that much money, then see if you can do a partial barter. I've I've done a partial barter for some homemade pottery, which was definitely worth it for me because I love, beautiful handmade art. And so, partial cash, partial homemade pottery. It was great. Gwendolyn says, this is so true. My first freelance client was a salon. Yeah, absolutely. Because a lot of the times, small business owners like salons will want a website, but they don't know where to start. They don't know what to look for in a web designer. And they don't know how to maintain or update their site. So, like, they just want to run their business. They don't care about the tech side. Yeah, salons are expensive now in general. All right, so let's look at what we're building today. Now, as we look at this, it's important to remember that this is meant to be a template for you to build upon. So we're gonna be focusing more on functionality than aesthetics. But I think what you'll find is this should be a very functional template that you can modify and add bits to. And for you CSS wizards out there, or Bootstrap wizards, or Tailwind wizards, you could probably make this do amazing things. So let's take a look at the site. It's fairly simple. Oh, come on. There we go. So it's essentially, but I want you to pay attention to the features that it has. So it has 5 pages. The home page, obviously this is the main page here. There's a staff page, and it just has information about the staff. Now you could, add blocks to this. You could add pictures. I would suggest that, you would add pictures. The homepage could have a gallery, all these sorts of things. right now, these are basically, this is all just placeholder content generated by ChatGPT. Um, services. So these are all static pages here, but they are being rendered by React. Now, the booking page is kind of where the magic happens a little bit. So on the booking page, you'll notice that it has a fully functional calendar, and it has fields for name, email. It's paying attention to what date you've selected. You can choose a service from a list of available services, and you can choose a stylist. Now you could add additional configurations here, specific times, whatever you want to add, right? Notes. But the important thing is here is we're capturing this information from the user. So let's go ahead and do that. Oops, if I could type. We'll just do me. And we'll pick a date. Let's do, so today's the 14th. So let's do the 17th. We'll do the 18th. And you'll notice that when I click on this, it updates down here to show me what date I selected, so that I selected the 18th. And we're going to select a service. We'll say haircut, and we'll select a stylist. We'll do Sarah Brown. And then, actually, I don't remember if I have my server running. I should probably have checked that. Hang on. Let me see if I have my server running. Well, we'll see in a minute. If it fails, I didn't start my server. Hey, there we go. Okay, so yeah, the booking was successful. It just pops up an alert here, and it says booking for Mayan Wolf on 7/18/24 was successful. We'll send an email to me@me.com with available times. And so this alerts the user that the booking was successful. And when it was successful, it takes us back to the home page. And then another thing you'll notice here, hey, GT Alpine, good to see ya. Another thing you'll notice here is that there's an admin page. And what this does is it shows you all of the requested bookings so far, and it puts them in date order. So this is fetching this information from our backend, which is in a MongoDB database. And you could add all sorts of additional things to this. You could add, obviously all the fields that the user is filling out, but my thought would be you could also add like a flag to show like whether or not you've called them or emailed them. And when you flag that, it would also update the database to say that they've been contacted. So things like that. There's a lot of additions that you could do here, but the goal today is not to make a feature complete site. The goal is to give you a oh my goodness, I see some subs here. I will thank you in just a second. The goal here is to build you a foundation that you can build upon and modify and make this into whatever you want. Holy cannoli. Thank you so much for the subs. Dr. Moto, thank you so much for the sub. You go Glen Coco. I just got that. You go Glen Coco. Thank you so much for the sub. My goodness, thank you all so much. It's so great to see everybody here. Lots of familiar faces and lots of new people as well, which I love. Thank you all. You're so kind. We're gonna make with all those Prime subs, we're gonna make Jeff Bezos sell that cowboy hat before you know it, right? For those of you who might be new, the goal is that to get everybody to use their Prime subs. Doesn't have to be on me, could be on any streamer. So that it costs Jeff Bezos money, because it's free for you and it costs Jeff Bezos money. So we're trying to get him to sell his cowboy hat. Hey, Just Maniac, welcome. Let me catch up with chat here. Motown, that's a great suggestion. Talking about freelancing. Look for businesses that share spaces. My barber is inside a co-working space that has multiple hairdressers, nail techs, and estheticians. None of them had sites. Yeah, a lot of those, a lot of salons actually rent chairs to like independent contractors, I guess. And so if you can just go in there and talk to them once, you might be reaching out to 5 potential clients in one business. Yeah, they appreciate being rescued from Squarespace, absolutely. From the subscription model, definitely. Rex says, doesn't it require a lot of work to put up and maintain a website, especially for dynamic businesses? Not necessarily. A lot of salons and stuff are going to just want static sites. And there's ways around that. You can make it so you can still build your own site, but not have to have have it be you being the one that updates it. They could pay you a maintenance fee monthly to update their site if you want. Or you could build a simple UI that hits a database and lets them adjust things like the list of stylists or the list of services, right? You can build them a simple UI where they can say, I want to remove this item or add this item or change this price. So that could be something you negotiate with them. Mohammed, you learned SQL from my videos? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, SQL's fun, isn't it? That's my day job. Bezos is sweating right now. Is it allergic to CSS? Yeah, so we're actually just using oh, Kraken, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and also let's see. I think I missed somebody. No, I didn't. Okay. We're actually just using the default CSS from Vite, which we'll talk about in a minute. And yeah, so my goal here today isn't to make a beautifully styled site, which I think I mentioned before you joined, so I'll say it again. My goal here is not to make a beautiful site. My goal here is to make a template that you can use to customize and do whatever you want with your clients. All my code, all my stuff on my GitHub is free for use. You can use it with paid clients. You can use it for open source projects. It doesn't really matter. You can do exclamation point project right now and get the finished code, even though we are going to build it live. Hey, Coding with Strangers. Good to see you, my friend. Everybody go follow Coding with Strangers right now, if you would. Yeah, go follow Coding with Strangers. They're awesome. Love them. Saw the tweet. You just made a dynamic DOM for a taco truck. That's rad. I've been watching your skills progress. You're doing so good. Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, Jay's Maniac. Styling undercuts functionality and performance, in my opinion. It's just styling gives an impression because it's the first thing you see. Yeah, so yeah, you have to be really careful with styling, right? So I'm a back-end developer. My day job is as a back-end developer, so I'm somewhat in your camp in that the things I tend to build tend to be very function first, right? What does it need to do? Let's make it do that, and then styling is just sprinkles on top. But for a hair salon, yes, if you were building this for a client, you would want to add additional styling. You would not want it to look like this. But again, my goal here is not to build a finished product. My goal is to give you the foundation that you can work with your client to customize exactly how it looks in the end. So just to be aware of what we're going for here. It's more about the functionality. So speaking of functionality, as we flip through this, what are some elements that you notice? What are some elements that we notice about how this site might work? Oh, thank you for the posture check. Ugh. I'm gonna do a self-hydrate here too. Event listeners, potentially. We are using React, so it's going to work a little bit differently. Subtlety says, which stack is this? This is React, and it has a backend that's running MongoDB. My server is running Node and Express. So yeah, what do we notice just about the way the site behaves? Iris, they ask, will you be implementing any type of authentication or authorization? No, but that would be a good thing to add. I just don't think we'll have time today. But yes, that would be the next step would be to lock this admin page behind authentication. However, we have done authentication on a lot of my past videos. We've done it multiple times. So if you're wondering how to implement authentication with something like Google OAuth or custom authentication, you can definitely check out some of my past videos where we've done that. Dr. Moda says you're using React Router. Yeah, that's right. We're using React Router to route between the different pages here. Yep. Feedback and confirmation. Yeah, so yeah, we're getting some feedback from the database, right? We saw that when that alert popped up, we saw that it was probably getting some kind of a confirmation from the database that that the record was written successfully, and then it routed us back home with the successful booking. Yep. Yeah, JS says input fields on one of the sections. Yep, so we have input fields, so that's definitely writing to the database. And as we're talking about that, let's go ahead and take a look at how that looks in our MongoDB database. Coding says, what, React has a built-in router? I need to jump on the train. Yeah, that's, I just like React more and more the more I use it, because you don't have to do those tedious tasks of things like setting up your routes, controlling your router from the server side, you can do client side routing with React Router DOM. And we'll see how easy that is to set up today. It's incredibly easy to do. To set up your routes, to set up your paths, to set up default behavior for those routes. We'll see a little bit of that. And yeah, it's a cakewalk. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely, and I would also definitely, we're going to be building this project from scratch today, but use templates, folks. Use my templates. I have tons of templates. We built a full restaurant site. If you're for Iris, you're trying to build a project for a restaurant. We built a full stack restaurant. No, it wasn't full stack. It was just front end. But we built a restaurant site a while back. You can use that if you want. I don't know, modify it, whatever. It's on my GitHub. So yeah, templates are your friend. Don't feel any shame about using templates, but just make sure that they're fulfilling the client's needs. Thank you so much for the sub. Copperly says, all hail Meat Town. Yeah. Yeah, that was the Meat Town restaurant site. It was great. Yeah. Thank you so much for the sub, Tara Theory. I really appreciate it. I wish my alerts worked properly so you would pop up, but that's the best I can do. Thank you so much, Tara. Great to have you here. Yeah, and if you build a template for one client, you can always reuse it for others. So again, if you want to see the types of templates that I have on my GitHub, do exclamation point GitHub right now in chat, and that'll give you a link to my GitHub. Again, all the stuff on there is yours for the taking. If you want to learn how to build your own templates, all the videos are on my YouTube channel. You can follow along. But yeah, so that's what we're going to do today. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the data looks in our database. So we're writing this information, obviously. We're getting some feedback from the database. So how does it look on the back end? Actually, I think I already have this pulled up somewhere. Yeah. Also, if you want to take a look at the finished code, you can do exclamation point project in chat. That'll give you a direct link to this repo where the finished code lives. But yeah, let's take a look in MongoDB. You can see that I have, this... I've kind of already set up my collection here and all my documents. And so each time I get a new booking, it's going to write it to this collection and it's going to capture that information. It's going to capture the name, email, date, service, stylist, and it's going to store that in there. So each time I hit the admin page, I am doing just a simple query to the database to get back all of the records in there, and then ordering them by date and showing them to the user. Paradise says, MongoDB has a dark mode now? It does. I was so excited when I learned that. Yeah, MongoDB now has dark mode to match like pretty much every other cloud service on the internet. Yeah, now it has a dark mode. We're finally in the 21st century, baby. Hey, Maniac, good to see you. Coding with Strangers says, I have template shame until I do it once solo. Absolutely. Yeah, it's great to practice building stuff from scratch, which is why we do that a lot here on my streams. But if you're working for, I would say if you're working for a client and you're on a deadline, then, do what you got to do to get that money. You can I recommend building things from scratch on your own time for your personal projects. Yeah, it's great. It's a great way to learn. But, if you're on the clock and you're on the dime, use a template. It's fine. Get Alpine says, so is that a class constructor that does that? Sorry, I missed exactly what you were asking about. Thank you so much for the follow, BrettBot. Good to have you here. Minnie says, I once made a fake hair salon website, published it, and got a phone call to schedule a haircut shortly after. That's amazing. You got traction. You got that SEO. 80 says, any reason you chose Mongo instead of a relational DB like Supabase? We've actually used Supabase quite a bit here on my channel. The only reason is that I just hadn't used MongoDB in a while. You could absolutely do this in a relational database. You could do it with Supabase. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. For the types of information you're sharing here or you're storing here, yeah, you could use whatever the heck you want. All right, catching up with chat. Get that money, mine will. Yeah, and that's really what it's all about in the end. Uh, you get that money so you can, you know, have fun on the weekends, right? Yeah, get that money, make your client happy, get more clients. That's how we roll. Yeah, a great tip is to also look at other popular sites and see how they're structured. This gives a foot in the door for your own templates. Absolutely. So yeah, look at template sites and see the trends they follow. Yeah. Maniac, I'm not sure that I can answer your question personally, but anybody else in chat, feel free to chime in. All right, so this is what is kind of being written to our database here, and those records are obviously being passed through a server through an API. But our client is powered by React, and our client is also powered is constructed in Vite. Now, a lot of you might be familiar with Vite. We've used Vite several times here on my channel, but Vite is essentially like the newer version of Create React App. And in my opinion, Vite is better. I don't say that often, but I do think Vite is more user friendly, easier to work with, and it has more flexibility and options as well as less bloat. So Create React App tends to generate a lot of extra files and things that you don't necessarily need. I feel like Vite does a better job of giving you only what you need for exactly the stack you're working with. It's also just as easy to set up as Create React App. And so we've pretty much switched over to using Vite pretty exclusively for projects here on stream. Yeah, it's great for beginners, really light. It compiles fast. It gives you everything you need. So that's what we're going to be using today. And don't worry, we'll walk through exactly how to set that up with Vite. Also, last thing before we really get into it, I fixed my captions, so if you want to turn on closed captions, you should be able to. They weren't working last time, but I figured out what was going on. Chrome decided to just randomly switch microphones on me and, you know, not tell me. So Chrome now is recognizing my microphone, so we should be registering captions. If you want to turn those on for yourself, you should be able to hover over this side of your screen and click the closed caption icon to turn those on. All right, let's pull this over, rearrange my windows here. So what we're going to do, again, just as a reminder, is we're going to be setting up both the client side and the server side of this project. So we'll start by building out the client side, and then we'll build out the server side. The server is actually going to be very lightweight. That's one of the benefits of using React, is that our server doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting. The only thing our server is really going to do is just handle the requests to the database. And so it's just going to be the bridge from our client to our database, and React is going to handle everything else as far as navigation, as far as, yeah, the calendar, all that stuff. React is going to handle for us. Okay, so feel free to ask questions at any point. As long as they're relatively on topic, I'll probably be able to stop and answer them. And there's no such thing as a silly question, so feel free to ask if you have any questions. Iris says, since we're doing full stack, wouldn't it be more beneficial to use Next.js instead of React? Sure, it might be. But for something like this, React is going to serve us just fine. And I really haven't done all that much with Next.js, so I'm going to work with what I know, and what I know is React. You could also even do this with raw HTML, right? There's no platform, there's no tool limitations that are going to stop you from, you know, getting clients or, you know, building successful apps for clients. So just everybody keep that in mind. There's no thing that you have to know in order to start getting clients and making money with clients. Is that as long as you know basic HTML and can work successfully with other people, then you'll probably be fine. But yeah, we've actually built tons of full stack apps here on this channel using just raw HTML and JavaScript and CSS, and yeah, that works just fine too. But there are definitely advantages to using things like React or Next, some of which we're going to see today, especially with things like the routing and things like that calendar that I showed you right here, like this booking calendar. This is actually a React library that we're going to install. We're not going to have to build this calendar ourselves. This is something we're just going to install, package, and it's going to just do what it says on the tin. It's just going to be a calendar. The way you prefer no extra stuff. Yeah, me too. Sometimes simple is better, right? Exactly. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. First thing is first here, I just have a sort of a folder, a shell folder for the entirety of my project. This is going to hold both the client and the server. Now, if you were building this for real, you might have those things in two separate places. But again, for educational, illustrative purposes, we're just going to dump everything in the same folder. And I'm going to go ahead and pop open a terminal here. And as far as getting started with Vite, it's very easy to do. We can pop over here to the Vite website and copy and paste exactly what it tells us. So really, we're just going to do npm create Vite at latest. That's all we need. So we'll copy that, paste that into our terminal here. And it's going to ask us for a project name. Now I'm going to call this client. The reason I'm doing that is because I really want to keep it straight. What's the client side of our project and what's the server side of our project. So I'm calling this client. It's in this folder here, so I know exactly what it is. Just call it whatever makes sense to you, but remember that we need to identify this as the front end because we're going to have our back end in here as well. So project name is client. Our framework we're going to be using is React. And also too, if you've never used Vite before, I'm navigating here using arrow keys. Okay, so you just navigate up and down. So our framework is React, and we're going to just be using regular JavaScript today. If you know TypeScript, you could do this in TypeScript, but we're just going to use JavaScript. So we hit enter, and we're done. So it's set everything up. It was just that fast. And if we expand the client folder here, we can see that it's given us all of the files and folders that we need. Yeah, no, and we're just using plain JavaScript, no JavaScript plus SWC. I can never remember what SWC stands for, but you won't need it. It's just, we're just going to use React and JavaScript. Okay. So it has set up our entire project for us. We don't need to do any of this ourselves. Now we just need to follow the instructions for the next steps. So we're going to cd, it's telling us to cd into our client folder. So we're going to cd into client, and then we're going to install the packages. So we can just say npm install or npm I, just like we would with create React app. This is really kind of identical. Speedy web compiler. Okay, yeah. So for larger projects, SWC is just going to make things faster, but for a project like this, that's not going to matter. So yeah, thank you for that, JS Maniac. I can never remember what that stands for some reason. But Vite also has excellent documentation. So if you're curious about the types of things you can do with Vite, I would highly suggest checking out their website at vitejs.dev. All right, so we have installed the packages. It gives us a couple warnings. That's okay. We're fine. And then we can test and make sure it's working by doing npm run dev. And it's going to tell us that it's running on localhost 5174. And there we go. So we're running successfully, and that's all we need to do here. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow, Pure Ambrosia. All right, so our server is running, and the nice thing about Vite is that it essentially works like NodeMon. So as we make changes to our code and our components, it's going to automatically reload. Actually, I didn't mean to close that. I need to keep that open. It's gonna, you'll see it'll automatically reload for us as we make changes. And we can stop it at any point just by doing Control-C, just like we would for NodeMon or something similar. Okay, so let's take a look at the files it's given us. Oh, actually, I do want to install a couple more things before I forget. So I am actually going to stop this for now. So let's go ahead and stop our client. And we're going to need to install a couple additional packages. So again, since we're using React, we have access to some special React packages, and I'm going to double check that I don't forget any. I'm going to look at my notes here. All right, so we're going to do npm install, and we're going to install React Calendar. This is the calendar component I talked about. This is what you see here on this screen. This is just a package we can install. It's going to just generate a working calendar for us and help us capture what the user clicked on as a state value, and then set that in the database so we don't have to build a calendar from scratch, which is nice. Hey, Jack Jacker, good to see you. So we're going to go ahead and install React Calendar. And the other thing we're going to install is, let me see what's already installed just so I can compare. Okay, so it's already installed React and React DOM. So we're also going to install React Router DOM. React Router DOM. And what that's going to do is let us set up our super slick in React routing, which is really easy to set up. So we're installing 2 additional packages, React Calendar and React Router DOM. All right, so we've installed those 2 packages, and so now your dependencies should look something like this. Oh, no worries, Celeste. It was good to see you. It's all good. Yeah. So these streams are being recorded. So if at any point you have to step away, or, you know, you got to let the dog out or whatever, or you just have to sign off and get some sleep, that's perfectly fine. These streams are all recorded. They're available on Twitch for 60 days. And prior to them expiring on Twitch, I moved them to my YouTube channel, and my YouTube channel is ad-free. So if you hate ads as much as I do on Twitch, then you can always just wait until I move it to YouTube and not have to deal with any ads. So could be helpful for you depending on what your learning style is. All right, so React Calendar, React DOM, and React Router DOM are our dependencies. Now, if you're looking at the GitHub code, you might notice I also installed an additional dependency there called React Time Picker. So potentially you could use that package to also not only pick dates, but also times, and save those as a state value and pass those to your database. We're not going to implement that in this demo today because, again, thinking about time, as much as I love streaming, I don't want to be, you know, this can't be a 12-hour stream. So we're going to pick and choose kind of what we implement. But there's all sorts of other packages that you can install and learn more about when you start using frameworks like React. Yeah, React is really cool. I love React. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, and it's kind of a gateway to, you know, other frameworks like Next or Vue. Yep. What features do you plan on adding, if you don't mind asking? So we're essentially focusing today, we're focusing on giving you a template that you can use to build on for your real clients. So the main features we're going to be focusing on today are the routing. So how do you set up routing in React? And this sort of booking feature, how do you, you know, book appointments and set those into a database and then fetch from that database to see all the appointments that have been requested. So this is kind of the building blocks for a successful client site, you know, kind of the basics of what you would need. You could add whatever features you want later on from the code. Blades, thank you so much for following. And Pure Ambrosia, thank you for following. But why not? Why can't it be 12 hours? Hey, I did that once. I've done true marathons a couple times, and it's, you know, it's fun while it's going, but it's never fun afterwards. It's not fun for my body. So, because I do, as a reminder, this is a standing desk. I'm standing right now. So, you know, standing for 12 hours ain't good for anybody. So I try not to do that to myself anymore. Oh, Blades, thank you so much. It's good to have you here. Disrupt says hyperfocusing can be deadly. Yeah, I do have ADHD, and so that is a legitimate concern for me, is that I don't really feel anything below like the face while I'm streaming, and then as soon as I stop, everything just kind of crashes down, you know? Oh, sorry, did I miss a question? Maseda says, can Vite do a simple SSG? JS says, if you mean rendering HTML at build time, I believe Vite does that already. Yeah, I don't know the specifics. I would suggest looking at the Vite documentation. Again, they have really great docs, tons of information on their website. Check out vitejs.dev, and for specifics, if it could work for your application, definitely. ADHD Elite, yeah. All right, so we've got all of our packages installed for our client. We're going to need to install some more packages for the server, but for now we're going to focus on building out the client, and then once we're done with that, we'll switch back to the server and install things there. Okay, so I'm going to make this a little smaller. You'll notice how the calendar resizes itself. So this is mobile friendly, and the calendar will resize based on your screen size as well. Also, some of it we're using here is the default CSS from Vite. If we look at our files here, Vite does come with some default CSS, so we're mostly going to be using that. We'll add a couple of little things to the CSS, but for the most part, we're going to be using the default CSS that Vite provides. All right, I'm going to make my terminal a little bit smaller here, and we're just going to do a quick scan through the files that they've given us to figure out, okay, what elements are we actually going to be using to build this site? Yeah, for learning React, you should just be sticking to the required packages or confirmations. Yeah, definitely keep it start simple if you're just learning React. I actually have a several part introduction. I think, what is it, 7 parts, 12 parts? I don't remember. I actually have a series of videos on my YouTube channel learning React from start to finish using the excellent new React documentation. So if you want to get started with React and you want to learn a little help with your learning, I would suggest checking that out. I think it's seven videos or something like that, like 21 hours in total of just learning React from start to finish. So that's what I would recommend. All right, so let's take a look at the files that Vite has given us here. So obviously we have our node modules. We're going to leave those alone. In our public folder here, we really just have an image. We can actually just delete that. Now our source folder is kind of where the magic happens. This is where our components are going to live and our JavaScript. So we're going to have a mixture of kind of just pure JavaScript and JSX. As a reminder, JSX is the specific sort of template language that React uses. Now, why does React have its own templating language? What does it allow us to do? If you're new to these streams, I ask you all questions sometimes too. Why do we use JSX with React? Hey, Kyle, good to see you. Maniac says virtual DOM. What's the benefit of, why do we, when we're writing React, why do we use JSX? There it is, yeah. Exactly. So essentially, when we're working with React, we are writing what looks like a mixture of JavaScript and HTML in the same file, right? So you're going to write some logic because of the way that, React is allowing us to do client-side logic. We're going to start out writing some JavaScript logic, but then in the return, we're going to return the element of the UI that we want to render. And so we're going to need to kind of spec that out with what looks like HTML. However, it's really not, right? We're taking that HTML and then, well, it's actually not HTML. We're taking that JSX, and then when the page renders, React is going to render it out as pure HTML, but it really isn't. It's like it's a mask. You're writing JSX, which then renders out to HTML in the browser. Yep, just because it looks familiar. Yeah, it's a templating language that helps us write in a way that feels familiar and then render out to actual HTML in the browser. I would assume it's similar to NJX. If you're talking about that, sounds like the Next.js templating language, so I would assume it's the same deal. All right, so in our source folder here, we have assets. Again, this is just another template image. We can get rid of that. However, we are going to keep all of these files here. So everything else we're going to keep. These are all important. And let's kind of go through and talk about what each of these files is for. Okay? So first off, I'm going to go down here to our index.html. If you're familiar with React, this is going to be a little bit of a review. But if you're not familiar with React, this might give you a little bit of a clue of how React works based on what we just talked about. So this file here, this is actually true HTML. This is not anything weird. This is a plain old HTML file. What you'll notice is that it really doesn't have anything in it. And that's because of the way that React works, like I just talked about, right? You're going to write your components in JSX, and then when they render in the browser, they're going to render out as HTML. But essentially, when React is rendering that information out as HTML, it needs to hook into the DOM, right? It needs to attach itself to the tree that the browser is, the DOM tree that the browser is expecting. And so literally in this HTML file, we have a div called root. So if you think about it, it makes sense. This root div is the root to our tree that React is going to attach to. And from there, it's going to render everything out in a way that makes sense to the browser as HTML, which is what the browser is expecting. So this is the root of our tree. We shouldn't add anything. We shouldn't add anything to this. This HTML file really just exists to be that root, to be that attachment point for React in the browser. Exactly as JS Maniac says, React renders the components into the div element with the ID of root. Exactly. So you can think about root in a literal sense because that's what it is. It's the attachment point to the DOM. All right, so from there, we're going to go into our main.jsx file. And what you can see here is essentially how we attach to that root. You'll see React DOM.create root, and then we're getting the element by ID. We're getting the HTML element with the ID of root, right? And in there, we're going to render our app. So this is how so if this is us creating the root, this is us attaching to the root. Okay? And inside of that root, we're going to render the component with the name app. And that's going to be this component right here. Right now, there's a bunch of stuff in here. We're going to get rid of everything in here. So don't worry about it. But essentially, structurally, that's how this works. Plus beer, my goodness. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. Everybody's so generous today. My goodness. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. As a reminder, if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can use your Prime sub to not have to pay anything. I'm particularly conscious of that. I know that Twitch has raised the prices of subscriptions. So if you have Prime subs, please use them instead of paying for subscriptions. Don't let that go to waste. But yes, thank you so much. Okay, so once again, index is the HTML element that our React is going to attach to, the root. Main.jsx is where it attaches, where it actually does the action of attaching to that root. And then app is our kind of our parent component that's going to be, you know, kind of the trunk of that tree. So we got our root HTML. We attach that root with that JavaScript in main.jsx. And then the app is kind of the parent component to every other component that we're going to build. Okay? So that's my little crash course in how React renders things. Yep, exactly. Thank you for the write-up there, JS Maniac. It's the entry point for your app. Exactly. Pretty much every single React app that you build is going to have an app component serving as the parent, which attaches to the root div in that HTML. Clespear, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, use that free month of Prime. Exactly. Do it. Perseus Codes, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. And also, if this is not making sense, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to explain something again. JS Maniac is doing wonderful write-ups in chat. If you want to, read through that, thank you so much for doing that, JS Maniac. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and kind of keep going here. But really, this is the main bones of any React app. Get Alpine says, app.jsx is where all the components are being put together before they go to the root. So essentially what's happening here is this is kind of more where that's happening, I would say. App is definitely a parent component. It just depends on how you kind of structure your application. So at some point, yes, you absolutely do have to bundle all the components together into a hierarchy, into a tree, to attach them to the root. In this case of the template that we have here, everything is pretty much built at the parent component level. Sometimes you will see that the app component is just a bunch of other components assembled together and then rendered out in your main.jsx. Yeah, it just depends on how but yeah, generally you'll have one app component as the master parent and then a bunch of child components in here. Yeah. That's a great question, Maniac. I love that. Yeah. So so Maniac says, when you say components, what are those? I've heard of stuff like server-side web, etc. Yeah. So a component is essentially like a function. And it has some main differences, but just from a conceptual level, as we're writing these, you'll see that some of the syntax that we use is similar to the way you would write a JavaScript function. Now, what are some characteristics of a function in JavaScript? What are some characteristics of a JavaScript function? Reusability, absolutely. They have a way to be, they have a way you can call them. They have a way you can declare them. They have a body, yeah. What are some other things that are what makes a function in JavaScript? Parameters, you can pass something into them, certainly. You can import them and export them, yes. They take inputs, yeah. Yeah, I know there are definitely some differences, but just thinking like high level right now. Well, I'll get into the specifics of what components are for and how they differ from functions, but right now, just thinking about what is a JavaScript function. It definitely, yes, it returns something, yeah. Oh my goodness, Paradise Doom, thank you so much for the subscription. It's a Prime sub too. I think it probably popped up, I just didn't see it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so lots of great things here. Another thing about functions is that they tend to have a specific purpose, right? They tend to be self-contained. They're modular, they're self-contained, they have a function is built to accomplish a goal, right? RDT, my goodness, thank you so much for the sub. Holy cannoli, thank you so much, folks. That's so kind of you. They do or should do one job. Yeah, exactly. So as we start writing these components, you'll see how they have some similarities with functions. Now, as JS Maniac mentioned, they aren't this relationship is not one-to-one, but from the syntax and the purpose, you'll see that components are basically like a fancy version of a function. However, something that's unique about components is that they essentially exist, instead of existing to to do something logically. Components, in thinking about what should be a component, we generally think in terms of what is a singular element of the UI that is meant to accomplish a task or that should respond to user feedback. So if we're thinking about our UI, in breaking it apart into components, we need to think in terms of what the user is seeing instead of in terms of the logic. So it's kind of it's a bit of a perspective shift. So with JavaScript functions, we're generally thinking of what logical task are we trying to accomplish? A component could accomplish multiple logical tasks, right? A component could accomplish a bunch of different things at the same time. However, in the end, what it's going to accomplish for us is changing a singular self-contained component of the user interface that the user sees. So, for example, if we were looking at our site right here, what do we think might be the components on this page? What could be components on this page. Perseus says, so is it that a component may speak to functions to accomplish a more complex goal? Yeah, a component could contain multiple logical operations. Yeah, but in the end, it's going to return a UI element that accomplishes a task. Yeah. The nav bar, yeah, that could absolutely be a component, a self-contained component. We could even have the individual navigation links be individual components. In this case, because we're using React Router, we won't need to do that. Well, I guess they are going to be individual components. Yeah, you'll see in a minute. They are going to be individual components. They're just pre-rendered components. We won't have to write them. But yeah, they are individual components. And then those are wrapped in a larger component for the nav bar. Maniac says multiple components manipulating the app, the component, hence manipulating the root element in the DOM. It's more like the other direction. So what you'll find when you're working with React is that everything has a parent-child relationship with the parents controlling the children. So it's kind of the reverse of that. The children, child elements within a parent component are generally guided by the parent. We aren't going to get into that too much. If you want more information on that type of a relationship, you should definitely check out my React series, like the full series. We talk about that a lot. But in general, yeah. Navbar, we get navbar, footer, subheadings, paragraphs. Yeah, when you're dividing something into components, it's also important to think about whether a group of items are accomplishing the same task. So we want to be careful of not dividing things into too many components. So if we look more critically at this page right here, what we can see is that I definitely agree that each of these links here could be reusable components just with different text, right? You write one component with a link that sends somebody on a particular route, and then you make the elements of that component modular so that you can pass different parameters, or in React we call them props. Maybe you could pass different props into this to have it go to a different route and show different text, but each of these are just going to be a component that you reuse over and over again. And then the overall navbar absolutely should be a component, because if you were paying attention, as I click between different pages, the navbar stays the same, right? The navbar stays the same. So it should definitely be separate from the body of the page. However, for the body, there is no reason for us to separate each individual element on this page into multiple components, because all the text on this page, at least right now, is static. It's accomplishing the same task, it's rendering at the same time, it's responding to user input at the same time. So there is no need for us to separate like each of these paragraphs into multiple components. All of this is just styling. It's a singular block of text with styling. So this should not be multiple components. It should just be one that returns a block of text. And so those are the types of decisions we have to make when we're thinking about how to divide a UI into components. And again, the React docs do a great job of talking you through those decisions. How do you stop from making everything a component? When should you, how low should you go, right? Yeah, think sections, not elements. So a section which contains some data, but not an element, which contains a single entry or entity. Exactly. What is it? What is the task that's being accomplished here? We're rendering a block of text. It's all happening at the same time in response to the same input. So we only need to render one block of text at the same time in a single component. Now, if you added a form in here somewhere, like a contact me form for emails, then that should definitely be a separate component from the block of text, because the user's interacting with it. If I interact with an email newsletter sign up thing, the rest of this text should just not pay attention to that at all. It's just going to stay there. It's not affected. So yeah, lots of different decisions depending on your UI. In this case, we really only need a header component containing nav components and a body component. Disruptive, thank you so much for the sub. Now, it's okay if this doesn't entirely make sense yet. Like I say, we're going to code this out. We're going to keep talking about it. This is just a first pass, okay? So you don't have to get everything right away, especially if you've never used React before. Thanks, Prime. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the sub. Again, I really appreciate it. Yeah, we are absolutely going to make a subdirectory for our components. You will see that that's pretty much best practice for developing React apps. So we're actually going to do that in just a minute. That's our next step. Good thinking, Maniac. You're going to have a subdirectory for multiple components. Yep. And so that's actually going to be our next step. So let's go ahead and do that. Pull this back over. In this case, we are going to call, oh, what's this little, oh, Adrian Develops. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Janulo Official. Be sure to thank Adrian Develops for the gifted sub. That's very kind of them. And Passion Over Paper, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, for all of you new folks that have just subbed, you also have access to my custom emotes as a little thank you. So you've got my adorable little green wolf emotes now that you can use in chat if you want to, or in other people's chats. They're adorable. I love them. Yeah, so under assets, we're going to create a new directory. Depending on what you're building, you might call this components. In this case, we're going to kind of, since most of our pages are static, we're actually going to go ahead and call this, so inside of our assets here, actually, no, sorry, not inside of assets, my bad. Inside of our source directory, so inside of our source directory, we're going to create a new folder called pages. Okay? So pages is where we're going to essentially put each of the components for each one of our pages. Again, most of which are static. So if you started making these more dynamic and had a bunch of little subcomponents, you might also have a separate, components folder, whatever structure makes sense. But generally, yeah, we do like to group our components into a folder. Yep. Yeah, JS Maniac, I agree. Directories are great for visualizing project structure, great for navigating project during development. No worries. Thank you so much, JS Maniac. It was great having you here. Thank you so much for your write-ups and chat. Very much appreciated. Hope to see you back here again sometime. Yeah, be ready and refreshed for school tomorrow. Oh, the OG wallpaper? Yeah, I've got Windows XP wallpaper. It's dope. If you want Windows XP wallpaper too, Microsoft actually did a HD re-release of the Windows XP Rolling Hills, Green Hills wallpaper. You can, I'm sure if you Google that, I don't remember the website, but Microsoft has it up on one of their official websites. See ya, JS Maniac. Maniac says, would it be okay to have a front end in React and a back end in Django? Yeah, as whatever, you can do your back end whatever you want as long as it can talk to React. As long as it can be listening for a request and send a response. So however you build it, as long as it can be listening for a request and send a response, then it should be fine. Yeah, Node is great as a backend. All right, so in pages, we're going to build essentially all the pages that we see here in the finished version. So we're going to have home.jsx, and for now we'll just create the files, and then we'll go and start to populate them a little bit. We'll have admin.jsx, booking, oops, all right, booking.jsx, services.jsx, and staff. Maniac says the Django backend I mentioned is already built, so I'm just brainstorming or finding reasons to use to try out React. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you can find lots of help for using React with any common backend structure or language. Definitely. React is a little bit older than a lot of other frameworks. Like some of the newer frameworks like Next and Vue. So the nice thing about that is React has a lot of forums, a lot of support, a lot of knowledge out there. Oh, that's a great question, Motown. I love that question. They say, why uppercase for the file names? Yeah, chat, why don't you answer that question? Why do we use uppercase for our file names here? You notice we didn't do that for every single file name. Good guesses so far. We'll see. I'll leave that question hanging out there and we'll see if we can answer it here in just a second. It's best practice for components, definitely. Why? You'll find that if you are building out files for components, you're going to put one component per file. You'll find that they will always be, the file names will generally always be capitalized. But yeah, let's think about why do we capitalize the names of components? Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a little bit more in just a minute. Oh, actually, hey, you're already answering it. That's great. Yeah, because essentially the capitalization is how React can tell the difference between when you're trying to write an HTML tag and the name of a component. Because you might have noticed previously that, let's see, what's a good example? Let's see, not that, there. That's not a good example. Well, as we build out a component, I'll show you an example of what they're talking about there. Okay? So let's build out the shells of these components so that we can start setting up our router. So how do we build a component? Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to import React. And you'll see on some other components we might have to import some more stuff, but for these sort of more static components, the only thing we're going to need is React. Oh no, it's all good, Motown, definitely. Is a great, that was a fantastic question, and I want to just sort of better illustrate the example once we've built out our component a little bit more. All right, so we're going to import React from React, and now we're going to build out the body of our component. So we're going to call this component home with a capital, and you'll notice that when we declare this component, we're essentially declaring it like we would a function. You could declare it in a variety of ways. I'm using the newer syntax, this arrow. I'm basically declaring it as an arrow function. However, we could also say, function home, just like you would a JavaScript function. So no difference there. This is literally just, basically how we would do an arrow function, or you could also, again, declare it as actually, I think there's an example here of, so the other way you can declare a component is just like this, function, and then the component name and a parentheses. And if you were passing in any parameters or props into this component, you would put them in here, just like you would with a JavaScript function. So again, some similarities here, right? Yeah. All right, so our home component is going to look like this. Now, what did I say? What is a big difference between a JavaScript function and a React component? What do we need? What does a React component always need to do that a function doesn't necessarily need? Oh, James, thank you so much for stopping in. We need to export it, yes. Ah, yes. We need to also, so one thing that a React component always needs, it's a requirement for components. It'll yell at you if you don't. We need to return some element of the UI. So a return statement is mandatory. A return statement is mandatory for React components. That's a big difference between like a JavaScript function and a React component. You always have to have this statement right here. That's the whole purpose of a component, is to handle some part of the UI. That's why components exist. All right, so it needs to return something. For now, we're just going to put an H1 in here. And we're just going to say this is home. Save that. Now you can see once I've done that, there's no red squigglies, it's happy. And then the last thing we need to do is just export this. So we're going to say export default home. And now that I've done that, I can then import this into other components or other parts of my application and use this component wherever I want to. Hey, Hollylock, good to see you. Yeah, and again, James, great to have you here. You're not very far. You say I'm still very far from being to this point in my coding journey, but will definitely be returning often once I am. Absolutely, yeah, great to have you. We have a lot of more basic projects, using basic HTML, JavaScript, CSS on my YouTube channel, as well as here on my Twitch channel. So feel free to check those out. If you go back in time to some of my earlier videos, You can, build some basic HTML, CSS, you know, really sort of more beginner friendly projects if that's something you're interested in. Yeah, Maniac, exactly. We explicitly declare which function we're exporting, and you're just going to have, generally one file per component. We'll save that. Git says, wow, that's wild. You can use whatever you put in that component wherever else you want it. That's so powerful. Yeah, there are limitations based on hierarchy and, based on what you're passing in and out of the components. But in general, that's one of the big powerful things about React is that its whole point is you're building modular user interface elements, things like buttons or cards, right? Think about a web page with a bunch of buttons. Wouldn't it be great if you could just create that button once and then use it 60 times? That's essentially what you're doing with React. And then that way you can basically ensure that that button is going to respond exactly the same way no matter where it is, depending on what the user clicks on. Yeah. Oh my goodness, Monarch 365. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. Y'all are blowing my mind today. Thank you so much, Monarch 365. Great to have you here. Thank you. Wolven. Oh, geez. Thank you so much for the sub, folks. Wow. Jeff Bezos is going to be selling his cowboy hat at this rate. I tell you what. Thank you all. You're awesome, guys. I appreciate it. Also, too, I meant to say thank you a while back. Thank you for over 10,000 followers, by the way, too. Never thought I would be here 2 years ago. So yes, thank you all for everything. There's never any obligation to sub. I never ask for subs. It's always great if you can follow me, because that's free, and I always advocate for free stuff. So follows are great. And that's really, the only thing I ever ask for, because again, it's free. Thank you. Okay, so this is our first component. So we can go ahead and save this. I think there was a question earlier that I missed that I wanted to answer. Maniac says, because you might have a function named church in the component file named home.js. It won't stop me, right? So generally you want to make sure that your file names and your component names are aligned, just because it's going to make it easier for you. But I mean, I guess technically you don't have to. It's going to get really confusing because you're going to have to start, like, if you're trying to import components later and your file name doesn't match your component name, it's going to get really confusing really fast. But hey, I can't stop you from doing whatever you want. All right, so this is our first component, and what we're going to do just for starters is we're just going to kind of copy and paste these to the rest of our pages. So these pages we just created, we can copy this structure and just say, okay, this one's our admin component, and we're going to export it. I'm going to say this is admin. This is basically just going to help us make sure that our routing is working. And then booking. Again, I'm just renaming these components. So once we get our router set up, we'll easily be able to test it. And you can see that in my return statement here, I'm essentially just returning an HTML element. Now, what you'll see, especially when we get into the booking component for real, is that we're going to be doing a lot of logic in here before we return anything. But at its basic level, this is really all you need. And then services. And finally, staff. Oops. Oops. Ah. Hang on. All right, save that. So we've got something in each of our pages. And now that we've built and exported these components, it's going to allow us to import those components into our parent and sort of tie them all together into that tree. Oh my goodness. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. Yeah, totally maniac. No, yeah, no worries. Ask as many questions as you want. Yeah, hi, yeah, that is a fantastic name. I do want to make space and acknowledge that yes, hi, I'm Troy McClure is a fantastic username and I love it. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You might remember me from such films as, yeah, great name. All right. Uh, so we've got at least the shell of a component in each one of our pages here. And what we can do now with this sort of setup is we can start to build our router. And again, our router is going to be the thing that allows us to navigate between each of these pages and render the appropriate page content or component as the body of our page. So each of these components is going to be rendered as the body of that particular page. So we're going to have a static header that is rendered at the top of all pages, and then a dynamic page body or component depending on which route we click on. So these are all going to be routes here, and that's going to determine which page body we render. So how do we do that? Well, we can make use of the magic of that package we installed, which is the React router. Hey, Raytheon and Sagama, good to see ya. Yeah, it says change his name to Troy. Troy's a great name. Frankly says, I assume you go slow for teaching purposes. Yeah, I do. I love keyboard shortcuts just as much as the next person, but what I found is that the more I use keyboard shortcuts, the more people just get left behind. So I pretty much don't anymore. I don't even use NodeMod anymore. I used to, but it detracts from the teaching. So yeah. So I generally try to just keep things slow and fairly manual so that folks can follow along, even if you're on your phone or, you know, using a browser version of VS Code or whatever, or something that doesn't maybe have all those shortcuts. So personal preference. But yeah, there are lots of lovely extensions and shortcuts, and there's a wonderful React extension that can create the shell of a component for you. I did have that installed for a while too. I don't anymore, but Paradise says, why do I have so many red errors? Home services and the others are React are saying defined but not used. Yeah, so that's probably part of the problem is that we have created these components, but we haven't actually referenced them anywhere, right? We haven't actually referenced them. So we've defined them in a whole bunch of places, but we haven't actually called them anywhere. So we're just about to do that. That might actually fix your problem, depending on what linter you're using. You might have an extension installed that's doing that, especially if you're using TypeScript or something like that. That actually sounds like a TypeScript linter thing, but who knows? Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is, like I said, we're going to set up our router. And so let me think about how I want to do this in a way that makes sense. Oh, Angelo, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, yeah, what we'll do here is we're going to head to our main.jsx file. And again, as a reminder, this is kind of like the top level where that attachment point is created to the root div. And what I'm going to do here is this is actually where we're going to set up our router. So if we think about why do we need the router at the top level? Why do we need the router? Why do we want to set up our router at the very top level of our application? So if we're thinking, again, remember, we're thinking in terms of like an upside down tree with that attachment to the HTML at the very top. Why do you think we need to set up our router at the very top level? What would be the reason for that? Yeah, exactly. Because if it's a router, right? We're going to need to know, we're going to need to have visibility of everything below it to route the user exactly where they want to go. Yeah. So those routes we need to be able to route to anywhere, potentially anywhere else in the application. And so the router is kind of the puppeteer pulling the strings of the marionette, right? Yeah. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to just go ahead and replace the contents of this function here. And we're still going to render the app component. We're just going to render it in a slightly different way. Okay, so now in order to make this work, I need to import a couple of additional items. Yep, exactly. It needs to be in a place to access all the possible routes. Yep, exactly right. So I'm going to need to import some other stuff in order to make this work. So we've got React, we've got React DOM. Now I'm also going to need to import browser router. So we're going to import browser router. Oops. Import browser router as router route routes, and I'll talk about why we're doing this in just a minute. From React router DOM. Now, if you've installed React router DOM, you should see it here in the list of choices. So we're going to import browser router as router, route, and routes from React router DOM. Essentially what we're doing here is we're taking this like library and we're extracting 3 specific components, router, route, and routes, from that library because we're going to use them to build our router. Stacy, welcome to the stream. They say, is this video going to be available after it ends so I can start at the beginning? I just got off work. Yeah, welcome. You can actually start right now, Stacy. This video is, this stream is being recorded on Twitch. And so if you go to my channel homepage and click on the videos tab, this video is actually, the recording is available now as it's being recorded. So you can literally rewind and start from the beginning right now if you want to. So that's an option a lot of people don't know about, is that if a stream is being recorded, you can watch the recording even if the stream is still live. Yeah, so you don't have to wait for it to be over. Yep, you can rewind right now. All right, so we have, how good, Stacy. We've imported browser router and we've imported app from app.jsx. Now I need to import the rest of my components, right? Because we're importing the app component here. Now I also want to import home, and you can see it helps us autocomplete there a little bit. I want to import, next thing I want to do is I want to import staff. And you can see since we already set up these components, React is smart enough, or VS Code is smart enough to help us import them and say like, oh yeah, it looks like you're trying to import these components. Let me help you with that. Services. Oops. Booking. Admin. There we go. So now that we've imported all these components, we can then use them in our routes. Let's see. Oh, I missed a question earlier. Sorry. Maniac says, yeah, but let's see. Is it common to have multiple routers in a complicated project? No. I would agree with what Kyle said. It's more common to have a singular router pointing to multiple locations or paths or controllers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so what you'll see here is we're going to have a singular router for all these pages and all these components. And because, again, the router is kind of the master puppeteer for the application. Angelo, welcome. They say, can I ask some questions about 100 devs? I'm interested in signing up. Yeah, absolutely. I might not answer them immediately, but yeah, feel free to ask your questions. Yep. Yeah, and it's exactly what Kyle said there, Maniac, for your question. I would definitely agree with their response. Yeah, and some, Angelo, if you ask your question in chat and I don't get to it right away, a lot of the other folks here in chat are also members of 100 devs. So they can also help answer. Yep. And I do have a command there in chat, which Laylo just used to pull up the 100 devs website, which has links to a lot of the things you'll need to get involved if you want to get involved with that. But yeah, I appreciate your interest. Feel free to ask. Okay, I think we've imported everything we need here. So now we can actually start building our router. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start referencing components for the first time. And what you'll notice is how components look similar. Components are going to look similar to HTML tags, right? Components look similar to HTML tags, except what do you see immediately? What's the main differences between an HTML tag and a component? We talked about this before, but I want to emphasize it again. What's the difference between an HTML tag, and a component. Capitalization. Yeah, that's absolutely the biggest difference. As a reminder, we are not writing HTML here. We're writing JSX, which is like JavaScript with a funny hat on, basically. Yeah. And so capitalizing this tag tells essentially it essentially tells VS Code in this case, but when it renders out, it also tells the compiler that this is not a static HTML tag. This is a component, and so it needs to be processed. The logic needs to be accessed, and it needs to be rendered as HTML in the end. It needs to do something. There's something here that needs to be done before this can be rendered. It shouldn't be rendered as is. They're an imposter. Exactly. It's JavaScript in a funny hat. It's not real HTML. Yep. All right, so this is kind of the outer shell of our router. And then inside of there, we can declare our routes. So our routes are going to be in here. Yeah, Angelo says, I tried to apply to 100 devs, but it looks like you guys aren't doing it yet. Actually, no, that's a lie. We're doing it right now. You can start doing 100 devs at any point. Join the Discord and then join the Catch Up Crew channel. We've got folks going through the program right now. The classes are just not live, but we have, I'm streaming most weeks live. We also have get-togethers on the Discord every Tuesday and Friday. So you can access all the course materials. Yeah, I don't think, Layla, I don't think I have a direct link to the Discord anymore because the invites were being screwy. But if you go to the 100 Devs website, you can link to the Discord there. They got a permanent link set up. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We got a lot of Catch Up Crew folks here. Yep. The Catch Up Crew is what we call people who are going through the program asynchronously. Using recorded materials, but they're still going through it together as a community, and so you'll find a lot of friends there, a lot of people to work with, and go through at your own pace. Angelo, you'll need to follow the instructions and go to the Read First channel and then agree to the rules. Yeah, because it's going to be locked until you agree to the rules. So head to the Read First channel, or start here. Sorry. Is it start here or read first? I don't remember. Somebody can help direct Angelo. But yeah, you have to agree to the rules. Yeah, before you're able to access the Discord. Yep. Kraken, you're on class 12. That's awesome. Yeah, hop in. Read first. Okay. Yeah. No worries, Angelo. Yeah, happy studying. Also, too, I would recommend communitytaught.org. You can learn more about that in the Catch Up with the Catch Up Crew, but that's essentially a community project that created a website to help you stay on track with the course materials and get all the homeworks and all the videos and everything in the right order. Yeah. So communitytaught.org is a great resource as you go through the materials, but it's still good to be on the Discord and interact with others. Because community is a big part of what we do. We're community taught. All right. So we've got our routes here. Now, inside of our routes, we're going to set up sort of the individual paths, just like you would in, let's say, in your server. Like if you were building a raw JS, HTML and JavaScript, sort of a full stack setup, right? You'd potentially have a routes file. You would potentially have a routes file, and inside there, you would kind of have a list of all your potential paths and where that, what controller that should go to, right? And that's essentially what we're going to do here, except we're just going to do it straight in React. So we're going to say, we're going to have route tags, and each one of these is going to contain a path. Now, these tags are going to be just singular, so they're going to look like this, and we're going to set specific attributes in those tags. Oh, Paradise. Yeah, I think that error should go away as we actually finish building out these components, but there's no harm in adding it to your ignore file. Schizophrenic says, I was dreaming about building a Facebook Lite website. How long will this take me? Well, we built Facebook for cats. We built a version of Facebook for cats last year, I think, here on stream. So if you want to figure out how long it's going to take you, you could build that and see what it, see how you feel about it. All right, so we're going to have 5 different routes, one for each of our pages. uh, because we have home, staff, services, booking, and admin. So each one of those is going to be a route, right? And also, the thing that we want to remember here is that I want my header to essentially, my header with all of these links to essentially appear on every page, right? It's all good, Paradise. Okay, so by default, on every single page, no matter the path, I want this header to appear with all the links. So what I'm going to do here is inside of my routes tag, I'm going to set the path to be the default, which is that, right? Whenever we visit the home page for our application, we're essentially visiting the path slash or the route slash. That's the root. So path for that is going to be slash. And then the element we're going to display at all times is actually going to be our app component. So this will make a little bit more sense in a minute. Just bear with me for now. We'll talk about it again, I promise. And so by default, we always want to render our app component. And then as the user clicks on a particular route, we want it to take them to the correct page. JT says, when you have a chance, can you break down the router routes route? Also, why is the / at the end? Is that just React syntax? Yeah, so React is a little bit unique in terms of how it handles tags. So you are writing in something that looks like HTML, but remember it's not, right? And so there are some distinct differences. You'll notice with some specific HTML tags, even that aren't components, you'll notice that they're sometimes written differently than they would be in raw HTML, and that's just because of limitations of how they're able to be rendered, and you have protected vocabulary and stuff like that. And you'll find in React that there are quite a few what we call self-closing tags. So it's kind of similar to like an image tag, just like Kyle said. It's kind of similar to an image tag in that an image tag doesn't have an open and closing tag, right? It's singular. Yeah, it's singular. And so that's essentially what we're doing here. We have these singular tags, no open and close, and we set information about the tags as attributes within the tag itself. Yeah, or I would say it's more like I always compare it to an image tag. Yeah. I always compare it to an image tag. I think that's the most commonly, immediately accessible answer. But yeah, there's several self-closing tags in HTML as well. Is input self-closing? Maybe. No, it is. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. And then looking at the, yeah, yes. And then thinking about the router routes and route. So essentially what we're doing here is it's kind of like when you set up a form. So think about in HTML when you set up a form, right? Or when you set up a list. When you set up a form and you set up a list, you have a wrapper tag that essentially tells the rendering agent where the list starts and ends, or where the form starts and ends, and it helps bundle it together into a singular unit with particular properties, right? And it's essentially what we're doing here. We're just setting up these wrappers so that React knows that, hey, all these routes go together, they belong together, they live together in harmony. And then the Fire Nation attacked, and they should all work together to route traffic. So that's really all we're doing there with these wrappers. And then we kind of set some properties here to say, like, hey, the element that's going to contain these routes is going to be our app component. Like I said, don't worry about that right now. It's going to make more sense in a minute. Okay, so let's set up our routes. So by default, I want the basically I want the home page to be the default component that renders whenever the user visits the home page. So I want to always render the header, and then by default I want to render the home page. They can navigate wherever they want, but the home page should always be the first thing that gets set. So we're going to say element, the index element is going to be home component. Okay, and then the other ones are going to be the rest of our components. So the next route then is going to be path equals staff. And that element is going to be our staff component. Then I'm going to copy and paste this. We'll do services, not capitalized, sorry. Services. And I think that's everything, yeah. So home, staff, services, booking, and admin. Yeah, so now that we've got this set up, let's go over it again. So Angelo, you need to make sure you agree to the rules. So did you click the check mark that it tells you to click in order to unlock the Discord? I think it's in bold at the bottom of the read first, channel. Yeah. It'll tell you exactly what you need to do to unlock the rest of the, assuming you read the rules, make sure you read them. Yeah, there you go. That's why we make you read the rules, because it tells you what to do. No, it's all good. It's fine. I know it's a lot, but it is worth reading so you don't get banned. Nobody wants to get banned, right? You're good. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's go over this again. All right. So essentially what we're saying here is that when the user visits the home page, we want a couple things to happen. So I'll show you what I mean. You know, I know this says localhost 5173 up here, but it's essentially we're just visiting the home page, whatever that is. So it's essentially that slash route. So by default, when I visit the home page, which is essentially localhost 5173 slash, I want two things to happen. I want the header to show up with all these links, and I want to show the home component. Okay? And that's the setting that we're doing here. We're saying, all right, by default, for this slash path, I want to render the routes in our app component, and I want to render the body as our home component. So that index element is going to be essentially what is the default. Okay? And when we build out the app component, you'll see that a little bit more too. What we're actually putting together here. It's kind of the app component and the router are going to work together to build this header and make sure that traffic is directed properly. And then each of these are just going to be a plain path. So essentially, when they visit the slash path, it's going to render the app component as the header. It's going to render the home component as the body. And then if they visit any of these other paths, like, you know, localhost 5173 slash staff, then it's going to render the staff component, services renders the services component, booking renders the booking component, etc., etc. So now let's try that. So if I say, yes, the app is going to contain our header, and we're going to do that next. That's going to be our next thing. That's why I kind of waffled over which one to do first. It's kind of hard to know, but so if I go to navigate manually to localhost 5173 slash staff, then that takes us to the staff page because that's what the router is telling it to do. Yeah. Okay, so we've got our routes set up. Now we just basically need to create the header containing these links and make sure that the links are directing to the, you know, slash staff, slash services, slash booking, and sending that traffic into the router. The router is listening for that traffic, just like we would on a, you know, traditional server where you have a, you have your app.get and you render a page. That's what this is doing. That's what the router is doing. It's just doing it on the client side instead of on the server side because the router is all client side logic, right? So React allows you to do this kind of logic on the client side rather than the server side. Yeah, essentially. I'm gonna run it in a minute, Maniac. We need to do one more thing before I can. We're not quite there yet. Yes, I absolutely will. We're gonna run it and we'll test our route shortly. We're not quite there yet. Okay, so we've got our routes set up. And the next thing we need to do is essentially create this header so we can navigate between those routes. And let's see. All right, so I think we're done here. Let me just double check. We went routes, router. Oh, I think I'm missing a closing tag. Yeah, this actually does need a closing tag, I think. Yeah. Sorry, missed one tag. Route. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to remember which tags require closing and opening tags. Routes, router. Okay. All right, hang on. Router, routes. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Yeah. All right, I see what I did. I made one little mistake here. That's because I put too many comments in my in my original code, but we'll fix it. All right, so router and then routes. Actually, we don't put this in here. I'm gonna move this. Routes is just a wrapper. And then I need one more route tag here. And route is going to just be an opening tag. I'll fix this and then we'll talk about it again. Okay, there we go, fixed. All right, so, and if I move these over, that should be clear. Yeah. All right, so what we're doing here, all right, router, routes, we're defining our routes. This is the wrapper for all of our routes. And then again, by default, this route is going to render our app component on every single page as a header. And then each of the links that they click on is going to render the appropriate component as a page, with the app component appearing on every page. The default component is going to be home because we defined it as the index component. So every page is going to have our header with the app component and these 5 clickable links. The home component is going to be the default. It's the index component. And then each of these are going to be like /staff, /services, /booking, /admin. Maniac says, when you say by default, would it reroute bad requests to / to eventually load app component? I think you're likely to get an error with a bad request. I don't know. That's a good question. If we try something like shoes, yeah, it's not going to load anything. It's just gonna, the router's gonna say, I don't know where to send this, and so yeah, we get nothing. And I imagine if we did an inspect here, looks like we're gonna get a warning. Yeah, and it's telling us legitimately. I don't know if you can see that. Hang on. So I did an inspect on that, and Google Chrome is telling me no routes match the location shoes. Yeah, we could define a 404 page, absolutely. We could absolutely have any other type of request route to a 404 page not found. But in this case, there is no, we're not doing that, so there's no route defined for shoes. Yep. But yeah, best practice would probably be to have some kind of a way to handle bad requests. In this case, though, we aren't in much danger of bad requests because there's no other way to navigate other than the links we've predefined. So up to you. Okay, so we've got these defined. Now let's go ahead and actually build out the header so that we can test whether our routes are working the way we expect. So let's head to our app component because we said, hey, that's where the header is going to live. And that's the default component that's going to render at the top of every single page. Okay, so now inside of our app component, I know there's stuff here already. This is just this default stuff that Vite loads in. We can get rid of most of it. In fact, let's go ahead and we're just going to get rid of the whole thing just to make it simpler. Go ahead and just clear out this file. Get rid of everything in there. I'm going to save my main.jsx as well. So get rid of everything in there. It's all good. You don't need it. We're going to go ahead and import React just like we did before. And the other thing we're going to import is something else from React Router DOM. we're going to import outlet. We'll talk about what this does in a minute. And we can declare our component here just like we did the other ones. You could say function app as well. It's up to you how you declare your components. If you look back through React projects that we've done here on stream, we declare our components multiple ways. Sometimes I declare them as functions. Sometimes I declare them with this arrow syntax here. It's really whatever makes sense to you and what feels best to you. But we try to use different methods here, on stream, just to expose you to different ways that things can be done, or different ways you might see code written in real life. So the more exposure you get, the more likely you are to recognize it. But this is definitely newer syntax. So we're going to, again, React components require you to return at least something, some UI element. And so in this component, we're going to create a div for our header. And inside of that, we're going to have a header tag. And we're going to have a main tag. So what's going to happen here is the header tag is going to render the same header every single time. The main tag is going to render a different page component depending on what the user clicked on. So in the header, if they click on the booking page component will render in this main tag. If they click on the staff page, the staff page component will render in the main tag down here. So what renders down here in the lower half of the page is going to be contingent on whatever route they clicked on. Okay? So we'll see how that works in a minute. Now, for those of you familiar with React, why did I wrap these two tags in a div? Because, generally when we're writing HTML, we try to think about, okay, what purpose does a tag serve? Should we use a div? Should we use a section? What does this tag mean anything? What is it for? So why did I wrap my header and my main in a div? Yeah. And again, something else that React requires is that think about what we're trying to do conceptually here. A React component is meant to return one element of the UI. And so those UI elements are going to be compiled into a tree structure, right? And so in order to do that, React requires that every single return only returns one parent element. You can have as many child elements in that parent as you want. You can have as many children in there as you want. But it all needs to be wrapped up in a singular external parent tag. It could be a div, it could be a header, it could be a section, it could be a fragment. As Holly mentioned, it could be a fragment. Generally, I would probably use a fragment, but we got a lot of newer folks to React in chat, so I want to make it clear what exactly is happening here. We're just using a singular tag to contain these two children. If you try to do it without that singular tag, React will yell at you. You will get an error. It's going to say it doesn't like that, and it will tell you that, hey, you need to wrap this in one tag so that you're only returning one parent, so it can attach that branch to the tree. Because if you think about it, if we're talking about a tree, every single branch has like a singular, has a singular extension from the trunk, right? It might split out into a bunch of smaller twigs and branches, but it's always going to attach to the trunk using one singular point. Yeah, so if you keep thinking about it in terms of a tree, this can really help you. And they literally call it, it's a hierarchy. It's a tree. That's what it is. So if you think about it in terms of that helps some of these things make sense a little bit more. Remember, we're attaching to a root div. Our app is kind of like the trunk. And then from there, we're attaching these components. And each of those branches, each of those components, even the parent one, even the trunk, right? Even the trunk attaches to the roots at a singular point. The trunk is a singular point. So every single component needs to return a singular parent tag that can have as many children inside of it as you want. Yeah, a React fragment is essentially basically like an empty HTML tag. So if you ever see that, it looks like this. And it's like a shorthand for a when you don't really have a good parent. You can just say, well, I'm just fudging it. I'm gonna use a fragment, and React is happy with that. It will allow that. That's not something you can do in regular HTML, but it is something that you can do in React. But I'm going to keep it as a div just for illustration purposes to make it a little clearer. But yeah, that's what that is. Okay, so let's finish building out our app component here. And after we do that, we'll take a break. Okay? So we're going to return this parent div. The parent is going to contain our header as the first element. And so we can just have an h1 in here, and we can just say and then we're going to have our nav bar with our links in it. And each of these links is going to direct traffic to one of our routes. So just like you would in a regular HTML application, if you wanted to create a nav bar, you'd create a bunch of, of anchor tags and have those direct to the particular routes, and then your server would handle the routes and render the page. We're doing the exact same thing. We're just doing it on the client side with React. Yeah, there's a lot to learn about React, isn't there? Yep. So we're going to have our anchor tags. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. I'm going to separate them with pipes just because, it looks dope. 3, 4, 5. There we go. And again, each of these is going to just direct to the appropriate route, which we already created, right? So homepage is going to direct to the / route by default. Staff page is going to redirect to /staff. Services. /booking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, well, whatever. I can't count apparently. /booking. I've told you guys many times I'm no good at math. And then admin. Booking. That's why I make the computers do math for me, right? That's the goal. Okay, so we have all of our routes set up as links, and once the user clicks on one of these links, as a reminder, that's why we have our router up at the parent level, because as they click on one of those links, the request is going to get sent up to the parent, to the router. The router is going to say, oh, hey, I was listening for this traffic. And so if they click on /staff, that traffic is going to get passed up into our router. It's going to say, oh, okay, we got our /. I'm going to render that header. And then they're trying to go to staff page. So I'm also going to render the staff component in the body. Now, how do we tell it to render that component in the body of the page inside of that main tag? Well, this is kind of the magic, the secret sauce of React Router DOM. So remember, we imported this outlet tag from React Router DOM as well. So we can just call this outlet component. And what that's going to do is say, okay, they clicked on this, I don't know, staff or services route. They clicked on one of these routes. It's going to go through the router. The router is going to know which component to render, and it's going to render that into this outlet tag. So the header is always going to render, right? The header's always going to render in the nav bar, no matter what. But the body of this component is going to be whatever they clicked on. Okay, so let's test it. Let's see. Let's prove that this works. So I need to export this. And I believe I'm already importing it here, but I'm going to double check. Yep, we are. Okay, we've got our routes. And we've got our links set up, so these should be clickable. So yeah, let's go ahead and run it now. So I'm going to say npm run dev. I should be in the right, what directory am I in? Yeah, I should be in the right place. There we go. All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, check it out. Okay, so again, by default, we render the header because that's kind of the main body of our, or that's the header that we defined here inside of our app component. So the app component is always going to render, and the contents of this main tag are going to be contingent on the output from the router. Okay, so let's try another route. So we click on staff. It's going to send that path to the router. And what the router is going to do is, again, it's going to re-render the app component with the header and the correct output from the router, which is the staff page, or the staff component. Okay? So same with any of the other pages as well. So we're just re-rendering the app component every single time, but the contents change based on the route that the user selected. Okay? Iris says, can we have multiple outlets, like if I want to render more than one component with a specific route and I specify it in those outlets? So what outlets essentially allows you to do, it's kind of like passing child props. If you're familiar with, props and React props. So essentially what this is going to do is it's going to allow you to pass whatever the target of that route is and any children inside of it. So I don't think you can use multiple instances of the outlet component. But if you configured your route in such a way that it directed to a parent component that returned more than one child, so essentially if you put your route in, if you structured your route in such a way that it pointed to a parent component containing multiple child components, then yeah, I suppose so. Git says, can we see the top portion of the main.jsx file? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you might just be missing an import. And Git, as a reminder, you can also look at the finished code on GitHub as well, if you want more time to figure out what's going on. So if you go to that link that my bot just posted in chat there, yeah, you can check that out. It's just you'll find it in the source folder and then main.jsx. So yeah, you can definitely do a side by side. Yes, and you are correct, Holly. Yes. So essentially what we're doing here by combining these things into a single component, we are forcing a full page refresh every time. Yep, we are. And we have used React Router DOM with links before, definitely here on stream. I just discovered the outlet component and I wanted to use it in something. But yes, yeah, there's definitely other ways to do this too. And if you have a more complex application, then yeah, there's probably better ways to structure the router. Yeah, it really just depends, Iris, it really just depends on how you set up your routes, I think. Again, and if you're curious about how to, set up your hierarchy of components, again, I would highly recommend the React docs, the official React docs. They do a fantastic job of walking you through how to think about components and how to think about hierarchy and what your hierarchy should look like for your application. It's really good. I highly recommend it. No, I totally get it, Holly. Absolutely. No. Yeah, generally I think in the past what we've done is you separate out your header into a separate component and you separate out your body into a separate component as well. We're kind of fudging it a little bit by combining those two things, but mostly just because I wanted to I wanted to use outlet. All right. So we've got our nav bar set up. We're kind of dynamically setting the output based on whatever the result of that route was. And I think that is a good time for a break. So we've got our routes working, right? We're routing, we're cooking. And so what we're going to do when we come back is we're going to set up the booking page, because that's really the most important part. If we remind ourselves of what the finished project looks like, really these are basically static pages, right? These are just rendering some static content. But the booking page is where the magic happens. This is where we allow user inputs, right? We are writing to the database. We're interacting with a form. We're interacting with React Calendar. So this is where the magic happens. So when we come back from the break, we're going to focus on the booking page, and then we're going to focus on the booking page and the admin page, and then we're going to set up our client side to talk to our database, and we'll actually get some traffic going here. So we're going to make it so you can actually do a create action from this form here on this page, and then you can read the results on the admin dashboard here, which is reading directly from our database, from our MongoDB database. Yep. Okay, so feel free to digest what we just did during the break. We're going to take 5 minutes. And then when we come back, like I say, we're going to start building out the booking page, which is essentially just a really fancy form. You all know how to do forms, right? You've done forms in, most projects you've probably ever done, right? And what you'll find is that forms are going to be very similar in React, not identical. There's going to be some differences, but similar. And then for the admin page, we're really just taking the output from our database and slapping it onto the page. Okay, cool. Web developer says almost 1 week building a login and register form takes a lot of time coding. Sure, if it's for a learning project, I think that's fine. It doesn't really matter how long it takes you as long as you're learning something. If you're building it for a client, you might consider using something that's pre-built or a template, but it's really up to you. Okay, I will see you all back here in 5 minutes. Be right back. Okay, folks, we're going to come on back here in about 1 minute. So make sure that if you've been sitting down this whole time, please take a few seconds to stretch. Get yourself a glass of water if you need it. Get yourself a snack. Take care of yourself. Pet your, pet your dogs, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, folks, we're back. I hope you enjoyed the break. Yep, back at it again, definitely. I know we missed the first break, so my apologies for that, but I made sure to take the second one, so I'm getting better. All right, so prior to the break, we set up our router and we tested our router to make sure it was working as expected, and it was. It's rendering the header on every single page, and then it's rendering the contents of that page based on whatever link they clicked on. So whatever page they click on, it's going to render that as the body with the same header every single time. So now, like I mentioned, let's go ahead and head to the booking page. And we're going to replace the contents. We're actually going to start to get into some logic here. So far with most of our components, we've really just been returning UI elements without doing any additional, logic or calculations prior to returning those components. But what you'll find is that one of the benefits of React components is that you can combine essentially a controller with a UI element. So instead of having your controllers, sequestered over in the server side or in a, separate JavaScript file in the client, you can combine the logic that's required for that component as well as the UI elements themselves in the same location. So what goes together sticks together. Okay. XS says, welcome to the stream, by the way. They say, is this available as a VOD after? It's actually available as a VOD right now if you want. You can, on my channel, you can go to the videos tab, and you should see that this stream is available right now to rewind and pause and watch just like a recording. Even though it's currently live, it is being stored as a recording right now on the videos tab of my channel, which I think is a pretty cool thing that Twitch does. After the stream, it will be available. Yeah, no worries, XS. It will be available on Twitch on the videos tab for 60 days. Before it expires, I will move it to my YouTube channel. !YouTube. If you hate ads as much as I do, I really despise ads. You can wait for it to hit YouTube and it will be ad-free on YouTube. I do not monetize my YouTube channel. I don't think it's worth it for the, $3 a month I might get. And I wouldn't subject you all to a bunch of ads. So my YouTube is not monetized. It is ad-free. And so if you prefer that type of experience, you don't have to pay for YouTube Premium. You can just hit up my channel, which is not monetized. Alrighty. So let's build out our booking. As I mentioned before, this is where we're actually going to have a form that the user can interact with and show them the results in real time, essentially, just like they would do with a regular HTML form. So what we're going to use here is some of the more fundamental aspects of React that we haven't really touched yet. Another thing we're going to need to import here is we're going to need to import our calendar. If you recall, one of the packages we installed was the React calendar. So we're going to say import calendar from React calendar. And what this is going to do is it's essentially going to generate, kind of like with React Router DOM, it's going to give us a bunch of pre-built components that are just going to work like a calendar, so we don't have to build them ourselves because that would suck. So it's going to give us a bunch of functional components and properties that we can use to be a calendar. Web developer says, what kind of booking is this? Hotel, spa? It's technically a hair salon, but you could use it for whatever you want. Any type of a client that needs some kind of a booking service or ability, you could absolutely use this. Yep. Doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be anything. Could be whatever you need it to be. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to import use navigate, and what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to redirect the user back to the home page automatically after they make a booking. So after they make a booking, we want to just, you know, redirect them back to the home page. Okay. Oh, Rojan, thank you so much. Or Rohan, sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. And also Super Funk, I don't think I thanked you earlier. Thank you so much for the follow as well. And Passion Over Paper, I missed a few. Sorry. No worries, Rohan. Good to have you here. Thanks for stopping in. I do it because it's fun, right? So I hope this is fun for you all as it is for me. I always say I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't having fun, so it's a blast. All right, so we're going to also import this ability to redirect users automatically to a route. So after they make a booking, we're just going to say, send them back to the home page, boop. And we can do that with the React Router DOM use navigate ability. So now what I'm going to do is inside of my, actually wait, I want to define a couple more things outside of my component. So just like with JavaScript, right? Just like with JavaScript, we can define elements globally, right? If we want to. We try to avoid it, you know, you try to keep your variables in scope if you can. But just like with JavaScript, you can declare variables globally if you want to. So we're going to do that with a couple things. Not saying you have to, but you can. So we're just going to kind of create a static array for the available services. And I am going to copy and paste both of these from the finished code, and you are welcome to do so as well. It's just literally 2 arrays. And you can customize these to be whatever you want. Okay, thank you, Rojan. I'm never sure, you know, with certain names, it's hard to tell, yeah, what the pronunciation should be, but I appreciate the correction. Rojan, okay. I was thinking the second time I was thinking like, oh, it reminds me a little bit of like Rohan from Lord of the Rings. That's super cool. But yeah, Rojan, awesome. Interplanet says, having fun makes coding less frustrating. Yeah. That's why I always recommend that people do fun projects, right? Do a project that's just silly for the sake of being silly. Like I said before, we've built Facebook for cats. We built a fake store where you could buy kittens one time. We built a generator that creates random dogs with random personalities. We've done all sorts of fun, silly, technically useless projects here on stream, but just because, yeah, having fun makes coding more interesting. Definitely. I absolutely agree. It's important to remember that, I think. All right, so we're going to define our list of services here, just 2 static arrays. And then inside of our booking components, those cats always making us do things. Did you call it Catterday Morning? Are you talking about the app that we built? What did we call it? I think I just called it I called it Cat Book. I wasn't that creative. I called it Cat Book. Yeah. And the store, the fake kitten store, I just called it Kitten Store, I think. I wasn't as creative as you, Motown. So now inside of our booking component, this is where we're going to essentially create our form. So what we'll do first is what I want to do first is we're going to set up the form just like we would for HTML. And then after we do that, we're going to set up the logic that's going to drive this form. So just like we did with the other components, we're going to head into our return statement here, and we're going to create a parent div, because if you remember, React requires that you wrap everything that you're returning in a single parent. You could use a fragment here if you wanted. We're going to use a div just because it's easier to see. And so we're going to say, all right, H2, we're going to say book an appointment. And catnip. That's a good one, Mattel. I like that. Yeah, catnip. Not book and appointment. Book and appointment. Okay. Now, if I was building this form in HTML, just looking at the elements that we have here in the finished version, What are some of the tags I'm going to need? If I was building this in HTML, what are some of the tags that I would use? You can ignore the calendar part for now. Like I said, we're using a custom React component for that. But for the elements that are standard, what would we use to build these? Talking about the tag names. Input, yep. Definitely need some inputs. Yeah, we're going to need a form tag, right? We're going to need to wrap the whole thing in a form tag. Absolutely. Yep. So we're going to have a form tag wrapper. And then inside of there, we're going to need input tags. And so that's going to handle these two. What else are we going to need? What else are we going to need? A button. Yeah. A label. Exactly. Drop down. Yeah. What do we call the drop down in HTML? How do we do that? Yeah, it's a select tag. Right. Yep, so we're going to need a select tag. And then how do we set the elements for the select tag? It's okay if that's a little trickier. You might not use select tags all that often. Yeah, we're going to need a select tag. And inside of that select tag, we're going to set multiple options. That's right. We're going to have option tags inside of that selector. So we're essentially going to you'll see a lot of familiar elements here that we're going to be using. We're going to set it up very similar to an HTML form. So we're going to say form for our wrapper, right? And instead of an action, we're going to say what we want to happen on submit. So on submit, when they click that submit button, because we're going to define a button for submission, we're going to actually call a custom function instead of just doing the default, right? It is the Rojan, it is the default. It's the Windows XP background. Yeah. If you if you want like a high-res version of the Windows XP background, Microsoft actually did that. I think last Christmas they released it as a downloadable file. So if you Google for it, I'm sure you could find it. You can get it for yourself if you want it because it's dope. It's great. Yeah, so on submit, instead of doing the default action for an HTML form, because just quick quiz here, for an HTML form, what is the default action when somebody clicks the submit button? What does an HTML form do by default? Brains App, thank you so much for the follow. If I just build a plain HTML form and an HTML page and I click the submit button, what does it do? Yeah, it reloads the page. And we don't want that to happen. We want to control this form's behavior ourselves. We want React to control the behavior and react to the user inputs. React should be the one reacting. HTML shouldn't be the one reacting. React should be the one reacting. And so one common thing you're going to see a lot in React applications is that if an HTML tag has any default behavior whatsoever, React is going to turn off that behavior in whatever way it can and control it itself. So we're going to strip out any default behaviors from any of these HTML tags. Doesn't matter what they do. We're going to strip out that behavior and we're going to control it using something called state. We're either going to, call a custom function. We're going to store something in a state variable. But what you'll see as a common thread is removing that default behavior and controlling it instead with custom React logic. Because we want to be in charge of every single action that the user interface takes in response to something the user has done. We don't want to reload the whole page. Maybe we only want to reload one element of the page, right? Maybe we, let's say I had this form on a page with a dozen, huge images, right? If I click submit on that form, I don't want to have to reload all those massive images or, reload every single other element on the page if it doesn't need to happen. Maybe I only want to reload the form and say, thank you for your submission or whatever. And so in that case, I want to create a custom function that's going to control this form's behavior when the user clicks the submit button and send the request only when we want it to happen. Yeah. So we're going to create a function, which is going to, as many of you are saying, we're going to use prevent default to stop that default form behavior. And we're going to call this function. It's going to stop the default form behavior, and it's going to essentially perform the submission ourselves. Okay? So we haven't built that function yet, but we will. So don't worry, we will. All right, so inside of our form, we're going to have essentially a series of, for these first two boxes here, we're going to have our labels and our inputs. And I wrapped those in divs, and I don't remember why I did that, but whatever. I think I just had parent elements on the brain. So we're going to have labels, and we're going to have inputs. Now, what do you notice? Does anybody notice anything about this label? Does something look different here than what you might expect? What do you notice about that label tag? Yeah, something is a little different here, right? Generally, if we were using raw HTML here, we would say something like label 4. But in React, the syntax is slightly different. We're saying label HTML4. And that's just another reminder that we are not writing true HTML here. We are writing JSX, which is, you know, wearing a costume to pretend that it's HTML. And so you need to be very careful when you're building these tags that you are, you know, reminding yourself of that fact, because there are some key differences. You know, the tags are very similar, but they aren't identical. And this is an example of one of those differences. Instead of label 4, we say label HTML4. Yeah. So label HTML4, and we're going to set this input type is going to be text. We're going to give it an ID value of email. Or sorry, no, the first one is name. My bad. First one is name, type text, ID, name. And we're also going to set it to be required. And the other thing we're going to do here is I'm going to give it a default value. And the value is going to be name. And then also I'm going to set the onChange property. And we'll talk more about what these do in a minute. So we're going to do some additional, so we're going to set some additional properties here. And this is all, again, it's all about controlling the behavior of this element ourselves rather than letting the raw HTML control it. Okay, so I'm going to kind of space this out so it's a little easier to read. Type, ID, value. It doesn't like that, you know, there, but it's going to be fine. Not set token, stop it. Set name. And then required is the final property. Okay. Disruptive. Sorry, I had to step away to tend to my elderly chihuahua. Oh, no worries. Can someone tell me which components we've already done? So we're essentially, we've done the app.jsx component. We've set up our router. We've got our router working and routing traffic to all the different pages. And then now this is really the first component we're actually building out fully, is the booking component. So you haven't missed all that much. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're setting specific properties for this input box. And a couple of these look very familiar, right? We're going to set the input type as text. We're going to set its unique ID value as name. And we're going to give it a default value of a specific variable that we haven't set yet. And we will. But essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to feed this input box the value of whatever the user is typing at that given moment. So these two go together. Essentially what we're doing here, again, we're taking away the default behavior, because in a default HTML form, what happens when I type in an input box? You might have never thought about this before, so let's take a minute to think about it. In a default HTML form, what happens when I type in an input box? What happens when I type in an input box in a default HTML form? Yeah, 80s New Whatever says, your typing shows up. Yeah, right? That makes sense. I'm sure you're all thinking, like, obviously, yeah. But yeah, obviously, but that's default behavior. And like I said, we want React to control the default behavior. So that's even down to how your typing shows up in the box that you're typing in. We're going to strip that behavior out and say on change. So when the user interacts with that box, when they start typing in the box, capture their typing, and we're going to store it in a variable called name and show it back to the user. Okay, so once again, we're taking away the default behavior and we're going to make React control it. Puppy Piddles, that's a great question. They say, what does the E represent in E? What does the E stand for, chat? If you ever see E in JavaScript code, what does it always mean? Event. Yeah. And what is an event? An event is a legit thing in JavaScript. It means something. Not an event listener. In this case, it's actually an event. An event is an actual thing that happens. An event is an actual, well, it's actually an object. If you ever tried to console log an event, it's actually an object. But what is it? What is an event? Yeah, that's why I'm so glad that Puppy Piddles asked the question. Because, yeah, it's important to know what these things are. Yeah, it's some kind of an action in the browser, right? Like I said, it's a thing that happens. And so whenever something happens in the browser, that information is literally captured and stored in an object. So everything from, was it a click? Was it a type? Was it a scroll? Was it a hover? Any type of action you can think of, that information is being captured and it's being stored in an object called event. And so in an input box, the type of event that you're going to be recording is typing, right? And so if you have something like this and you console log, or for a button, it might be a click, right? But the interaction between the user and that thing is going to be literally captured in an object called event. And this happens automatically. This isn't something we need to set up. This is something that exists in vanilla JavaScript. And you should really try to console log an event object sometime. As Copper Lily says, the event object is a heckin' chunker. Yeah, it's a massive object that captures more information than you ever thought possible about how you, the user, are interacting with that element at a given time. And it's amazing. It really gives you just a small insight into how much data is being captured about you at all times and the way you interact with stuff in the browser, web pages, apps, whatever. We can capture all kinds of information. Now, we're not using this for any nefarious purposes. We're just trying to see what you're typing so that we can display it to you in the input box. But it really does give you pause, right? To think about, oh, dang, like, this is how like CAPTCHAs work. And this is how, this is how Chrome can tell whether or not you're a bot. Because everything you do in the way you interact with a browser element is being captured and can be accessed at any time. So yeah, hooray for the dystopia, right? But anyway, in React, how you'll see events being used most often is to essentially capture what's being typed into an input box, for example, which we then turn around and display back to the user in that box. Yeah. XS says, can you write event as well or only E? No, you can absolutely write it out as event. That's a little bit less common, but if you're learning and you want to be very clear, yeah, you can absolutely write that out as event. And sometimes I do that in my code just to show you both ways. Yeah, this time I chose to just write it as E. But yeah, you can absolutely define it as event as well, and it will work. Yep. Toxic. I love that. Everybody's like, is that the XP background? Oh yeah. Yep, it is. official, and this was officially from Microsoft too. So if you want the sweet, sweet Windows XP background in ultra high definition on your monitor as well, or in 4K, uh, hit up Microsoft and they'll give it to you. They have a page where you can download it in any resolution you want. So it's definitely worth it. Yeah, and technically you could define it as anything, right? But I think primarily you will see it as either E or event. Yep. Perseus, that's awesome. I'm glad you're getting some benefit from this. Yeah. So yeah, Perseus, my day job, I'm a back-end SQL developer. I do not do this stuff in my day job. I will never ever use this in my day job, but it's so much fun. This is the stuff I do for fun on the weekends because it is so different than what I do during the day. So yeah, it's really refreshing mentally to just kind of, yeah, go have some fun and build something different. Yeah, you could use EV. I think primarily the main abbreviations I've seen are E and event, but I'm sure people do other things as well. EVT. Yeah, okay, so pretty much any permutation of the word event, you need to be prepared to recognize. That's what I'm seeing. I know you. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily use that, but hey, I mean, again, it's just an example of how few rules JavaScript actually has, right? Um, JavaScript is the Wild West, like we always say. And compared to a language like SQL, it absolutely is. If any of you know SQL, you know how strict it is. So that's why this is why I do JavaScript for fun, because it's like no rules. It's the weekend, baby. Let's go. Disrupt says, is SQL or MongoDB more beginner friendly? Yes. Well, SQL being strict isn't necessarily a bad thing. I started with SQL. SQL was built in the 1970s to literally be formatted so that people who had never seen a computer before could learn it. So SQL is a much older database way to interact with databases. So SQL is meant to read a little bit like English. And so I consider SQL to be a little bit more friendly because it has more rules and it is stricter. And so, you can't just go off and, you know, get yourself in trouble, I guess, as quite as easily. But hey, everybody's going to have their opinion on what's easier to pick up first. I definitely would recommend learning some SQL, basic SQL, just how to query a database. It's extremely easy. Like I say, you can pick it up in an hour. You can pick up enough to just query a database in 1 hour. And if you're not going to be a SQL developer, that's probably all the SQL you're ever going to need. But it's going to come in handy, definitely. So I could talk about that for a long time, but I have done several intro to SQL streams if you're interested in SQL. And again, like I say, I promise you can learn basic SQL in the length of one stream. And that's probably all the SQL most of you are ever going to need, unless you actually get into a SQL heavy field like data analytics or, back-end development. Okay, so we've set up our input here, and just as a reminder, all we're doing here is we're essentially capturing what they're typing and we're showing it back to them. And so we're going to do the same thing. Oops. We're going to do the same thing with our other input box as well for the email. We're just going to change the values. So we're going to give it an ID of email. Oh, I need my label as well. Sorry. So label. And I need to pay attention to my tabs. There we go. All right, so my first label here is going to be for my name box, and it'll say name. My next one is going to be for my email, lowercase, email. ID is going to be email. Value is going to be, you're going to kind of see the trend here. Value is going to be email. And then I'm going to call this set email state function, which we will talk more about, I promise. We're going to capture whatever they're typing in the email box. We're going to set it in a variable, and then we're going to display that to them while they're typing whatever's stored in that variable. And the reason we're doing this is we're using a React, a fundamental component, I don't want to say component, a fundamental property of React called state, which you may have heard of. We'll talk more about state in a minute. We're going to set up the basics of this form first, and then we'll talk about what state is. and what it means that we're doing this. But for now, we're just kind of building a very standard HTML form. My next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set up these two fields down at the bottom for the service and the stylist, and then we'll do the calendar last. So our calendar is going to go, kind of in the middle here. And if you want to create React comments inside of your return statement, you have to do it like this. You do a curly bracket with /* if you want to add comments. So we're going to say calendar component goes here. All right, and then after that, we're going to have, that's a great question, XS. I would love to answer it, and we're going to see some of that answer in a minute. But let's finish this form first, and then I'll circle back to that, okay? That's an answer is a little bit more involved. All right. So next up, we're going to have a drop down for the services. So as you guys mentioned earlier, this is going to be a select. So we can do a drop down by using a select tab. And this is also going to have a label. So we'll just copy this, say label, and this is going to be services. And it's going to attach to our select tag. We're going to give it, see, ID of service. We're going to give it sort of similar to the same way we set up our input tags. Do that. We'll give it a value of service. Again, we're going to capture whatever the user is typing, and we're going to store it in a variable and show it back to them. And it's going to be required. Okay, and then I'm also going to just copy and paste this for the last drop down as well. So our last drop down is going to be for stylists. This part is always tedious when you're setting up a form. If you gotta, if you gotta do the initial setup. Set stylist, capturing whatever they're typing, showing it back to them. All right, now we need to set the options inside these drop downs, right? So we define the wrapper tag, and then we set up one or more options. But rather than coding those by hand, because that sucks, what we can do is, this is kind of where we can bring in some of the additional functionality that React allows. So let's say that, remember, I defined services as an array earlier. If I was using something like EJS and I wanted to just create a list of options from that array, what would I do? What could I do? Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Felt my shoulder pop there. If I was using something like EJS or handlebars or another templating language, which you might be familiar with, what would I do if I wanted to just dynamically create a list of options based on the list of available services? We've done this a lot in past projects with just basic HTML, EJS, etc. What could I do? Yeah, I could do essentially JavaScript logic inside of my HTML tags, right? That's the thing that these, an advantage over just plain HTML is the fact that we aren't really writing HTML here. We're doing JSX. It's, JavaScript with a funny hat on. And so what we can do is, instead of having to hard code each of these values, we can just put in some JavaScript logic to loop through that array and map it to an object tag. And then when it renders in the browser, it's going to render out as X number of object tags. Now imagine if we had potentially 100 options, right? Imagine we had 100 different, haircut services you could choose from. There's no way in heck I would ever want to hard code all of those. So instead, I can just loop through them and generate as many as I need to. Or let's say that you turned this into some kind of a UI element where the owner of the salon could set the services and store those in the database. And then you read from the database, you get the list of services, and you just generate as many option tags as you need to. It could be 1, it could be 200. Yep, exactly. So this is one of the advantages of something like React. It's not one of the main ones, but it's one of the advantages, and where you can use JavaScript logic to dynamically render the HTML elements that you need. So in this case, what I'm going to do is the first thing, I am going to hard code one option, and this is only because I want to have one option that's like disabled. Inside, so like the first option, I just want to tell people to, select an option, right? So I'm going to hard code one of them. We're going to give it an empty value just to tell them what to do. It's going to be disabled. And just the text is just going to say, select a service. And in the finished product, it's going to look like this. So you can see it's not something I can select when I trigger that dropdown. That's not something I can select. It's just telling the user what to do. So the first option is not clickable. It's disabled. I can click on any of these other ones. I just can't choose the first one. So we're hard coding that, but the rest of them are going to be dynamically generated. Pull this over a little bit more. All right. Now what I can do is I can just do a map. So I can say services, which is my array, dot map. Service, index, and I'm going to loop through these. And for each one that I loop through, I'm going to generate an option tag. I'm going to set a key value, which is just the index of the array, because React requires that. And I'm going to give it a value of whatever service we're currently on. So the value is going to be the service, and then the text that's displayed to the user is also going to be the service. Whoops. It's also going to be the service. So we're going to loop through, and we're just going to create option tags with each service inside of them. And we're going to generate as many as we need. Okay? Elephant says, do we need to pass it as a prop and loop through it? Yeah, if you were, in this case, we don't need to, because we're really only using this on this one page in this one component. But yeah, if it was going to be used, if you had another page where you were also customizing the services, then it would definitely need to be passed in as a prop, from whatever parent they share. If it's being affected by another component and managed by the parent, then you could pass it in as a prop. Yeah, it's hard coded right now. Superfunk, welcome. They say, hi, so basically could Django return an array here to be exploded? Yeah, potentially. Yeah, if you have your backend transmitting some data, you could pass it into this component, right? And then the component would just dynamically generate whatever elements it needs. I'm trying to think if I have a good example of that specifically in a React project. I know we've done it a bunch with EJS, which is very similar. It's a templating language, right? You're not writing HTML, you're writing EJS, which then renders to HTML. So I have some good examples of that in EJS, where we're grabbing X number of records from a database. We don't know how many there's going to be, and so we just dynamically render the the elements based on however many are in the array that we get back, or the object that we get back from the database. And so as long as your backend, whatever it is, could even be something like local storage, right? It doesn't really matter, as long as whatever your backend is passing that information into the component or into the front end in a way that the front end can parse, whether it's an array or an object or whatever, in a way that makes sense, that it can loop through, then yeah, you can render out as many components as you need based on that information. I hope that helps. But yeah, it's a very common use of React's logic, is to sort of dynamically generate the appearance or the behavior of a component based on information that's always changing. That's one of the primary reasons to use React. Somebody asked earlier, why would we use React rather than just using HTML, CSS? Think about any modern web page that's not a static page that you interact with. So even things like, Microsoft Teams, or think about things like, I don't know, Facebook, or whatever, any modern application that you interact with on the internet. Think about how many things are constantly changing. You're getting notifications, you're seeing chats pop up, you're seeing people post things, your feed is refreshing. Imagine if that page had to reload completely every single time one single element change. You get a notification and your little bell gets a little, red 1 next to it. Imagine if the whole page had to reload when that happened. That would suck. Your page would never stop reloading, right? There's always something changing. And so what React allows you to do is literally react to only the things that are changing, reacting not only to your actions, but actions that are coming from, outside forces, chats coming in, or notifications coming in. And so what React allows you to do is intelligently affect only the parts of the UI that need to change at that given point based on the interaction. And how we do that is using something called state, which we haven't gotten to yet, but we are just about to. Once we finish this form, we're going to talk about how we are going to be managing these form values using state, which is what we're sneakily kind of doing here already. So we'll talk more about that in a minute. But yeah, so essentially what React allows you to do, the reason it's named React is it allows you to only react to the part, so react to actions and inputs intelligently, and essentially only react to the things that need changed, things on the page or in the user interface that need to change at a given point. Because oftentimes most things don't need to change, only one little thing does. Rojan says, do you stream only on weekends? Yes, I only stream on Sundays. I used to stream twice a week when the 100 Devs cohort classes were live, but since then, for the past year or so, 2 years maybe, I've only really streamed on Sundays. Because it is a big time commitment, but I enjoy doing it. I know some folks stream every day, and I honestly don't know how they can. Okay, so we've got our selector here. We're generating our options, and we're essentially going to do the same thing for this other drop down as well. We can just essentially copy this. Because I believe going back to React, Facebook or Meta, whatever, Meta invented React, and I believe, is Facebook still built on React? I'm just curious. I don't use Facebook. I don't know. Is Facebook still fully powered by React? Yes? Okay. Yeah. So if you think about a complicated UI like that, it makes perfect sense. Now, should not knowing React prevent you from building applications? Absolutely not. We build applications in basic HTML, EJS, JavaScript all the time here. But it's important to understand the advantages that React and Vue and Next.js can afford you depending on the type of application you're trying to build. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wouldn't assume that they would moved off of React for any reason because they invented it. But I was just curious. Yeah, any change to React is for Facebook first. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yep. So Meta just allows us to use React out of the goodness of their hearts, so to speak. But it is primarily a framework for Facebook. All right. So we're setting the options. We're gonna essentially, instead of we're gonna say select a stylist. Stylist. There we go. I can spell, I promise. And this is actually, I want this to be optional. So I need to change that setting. Select a stylist. And instead of required, I'm going to make this one not required. They might not know what stylus they want. So again, we're going to have this sort of instructional option first, and then we're going to loop through our list of stylists, which we've declared up here as a static array. So we're going to loop through that, and we're going to set the value of stylists for each option. Okay. So essentially, we've got all the elements of our form here. Then the last thing we need to set up is our calendar component. Yes, and the Dropbox could absolutely be a component in itself. We could pass in the props, so we could make it fully modular, and we could pass in, and that's a really good catch there. So what Iris just noticed was that we just kind of repeated a couple things, right? We just repeated something twice. I essentially was able to copy and paste and just change a couple of values here. Essentially all I had to do was change the name of the array, and then change, we were looping through here, right? I just changed the name of the array and the, elements we were looping through. But other than that, everything else was essentially exactly the same for both the selector box and the options, right? And so when you see that type of repetition, that should make you think, hey, maybe this should be a component, because components are modular and repeatable. So we could just have a single selector box component or whatever, right? And we could just change the parameters or the props that we're passing into it to tell it which array to read from in order to generate those options. So potentially, yeah. Jack Jacker says, and programmers curse the existence of React. I kind of like it. I like it too, honestly. And that's genuine. I like React. I know there's all sorts of frameworks out there that you could use and you could be fancy, but React is literally everywhere, and there's tons of documentation for it. The official React docs are truly excellent. Again, I know I keep recommending them, but they are truly excellent. And so, I mean, it's worth learning it. And then if you don't like it, you can, move on to Vue or Next or whatever. But it's a good place to start if you have a basic knowledge of JavaScript. But yeah, good eye there, Iris. This could 100% be a component. It's something that's repeatable with just a, couple of changes depending on what array you're reading from. But yeah, this could absolutely be a component. And that's the type of thing that, you should be thinking about as you're designing a UI. What are the elements that are repeatable? What are the elements that look like something I don't want to have to touch 6 times every time I'm messing with this form? Now, last thing we need in our form is we need our button. And the button is going to be of a type of submit. Because again, we're going to control that submission behavior ourselves with a custom function. So we'll just say book, as in book an appointment. Now last thing we'll do for here for our form is we're going to set up our calendar component. Oh, okay, so they're making another change to React. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what that is. So now we're going to set up our calendar component. And so for us to do this, as a reminder, the calendar component is what you see over here on the right. This is the calendar component. This is all one big component. And in order for us to build this, so thank goodness we don't have to build it ourselves, we installed this React calendar package, which essentially generates a fully usable calendar for us. So it's all built into a simple calendar component. And when we reference that component, we're going to get all the information and logic inside of it to make a fully functional, accurate calendar. So we don't have to do it ourselves, because I would get it wrong. So this was just an npm package we installed. Where did I put it? Okay, right here. So we're going to put it right here in the middle. And we're just going to give it a label of date. Now, I will have a question, a genuine question for chat here in a minute, something I couldn't figure out how to do. So I'll ask it in a minute. But I'm going to set my label here, and I'm going to reference my calendar component. And I could just set it like this and call that component and have it generate a calendar for me. But I do want to set a few custom properties just like we did for the rest of our form. So again, I want to control the behavior. What happens? What happens when they click on a date? Well, I want to set that date. I want to capture whatever date they clicked on. And then I want to show that date back to the user. So just like we did with all the other form boxes, again, we're capturing whatever they interacted with. In this case, they're going to click on a date. And we're going to set that date. And we're going to set it as a required field. So before they submit the form, they have to click on something. They can't not click on something. And then finally, I also want to show the user the date they clicked on, even outside of just like highlighting it on the calendar. I want to show it as text too, just to be sure. So we're just going to put a quick paragraph tag down here and say selected date. And we're going to grab that value of date, and we're going to say date to locale date string. And what that's going to do is it's just going to chop off any time component. String. That's just a basic JavaScript thing, which you might have done before. Okay, so that's just going to show them whatever date they clicked on as text, as well as on the calendar itself. And that should be good. So we've got all our form input boxes. Oh, did I put the... Sorry, good catch. I put the button inside the select tab. Good catch. Thank you for that. I'm remembering why I wrapped everything in divs before, because it's kind of hard to read, with this much garbage. So I think what I am going to put... I'm going to add some divs back here just to make it easier to read. That's why I did that. So you can more easily see where one thing begins and the other ends. Yeah. Just easier to read. These aren't really doing anything, but who cares? Div. There. Services. And last one. All right. Cool. Okay, so now let's think about what we're doing here. So, web developer says build calendar yourself will take 1 month. I don't think it would take that long, but it's tedious work that we don't have to do, right? Fortunately for a lot of these things, a lot of lovely people have created packages that can help us with this sort of thing. And so React Calendar is just one of those. Web developer says, I use Bootstrap always. I use Bootstrap a lot too. I like Bootstrap a lot, but that doesn't mean we have to, do everything in Bootstrap. Sometimes there's a package for that. Holly says they're introducing React compiler in version 19 to eliminate some, oh, nice. Eliminate some callbacks, use effects. Okay, very cool. That'll be exciting to see. Yeah, get rid of some of that. All right, so we've essentially set up all of our form fields, right? And one of the things I keep talking about over and over again is how we're removing the default behavior from the form, and instead we are capturing whatever the user does, storing it in a variable, and then just showing it back to them, right? So that's what we're doing here and here, here, every single one of these fields. We're capturing whatever they put in, and then we're immediately showing it back to them in the input box or the drop-down selector, or the calendar, or whatever. But we haven't defined any of these variables in order to do that. So we need to do a couple things. We need to set up some external logic to create the variables that are going to store this user entered information, and we also need to handle the form submission. Okay? So 2 things we need to do. N Silva says, can you use other HTML semantic elements such as main, section, article with React, or do you have to use div? Sorry, I'm not so familiar with React. No, that's fine. The nice thing about React is that you can use most of the HTML tags that you're familiar with. Because essentially, again, as a reminder, React does render out to HTML in the browser. It's kind of like EJS in that you are, yes, you're technically writing this in a different language, but then in the end, it is still going to render out to HTML in the browser. Now, there are some differences with the tags. Like we saw, we can use a label tag just like we would in HTML, but the for property is slightly different. However, you can use the majority of the common tags that you're familiar with. They just might be sometimes formatted a little differently, but they are still going to serve essentially the same purpose. And so if you are interested in learning how, tags work in React, again, look at the official docs at React, I think reactjs.dev, I think. Let me just get the link for those. I keep talking about it. Make sure I get the new one. Yeah, okay, here we go. These are the new docs. Yeah, react.dev, sorry. Those are the official docs there, react.dev. Yeah. And I highly recommend their tutorials. I highly recommend just going through and trying the examples. They give you interactive examples in the docs, so you can play around with things like tags or finding what's wrong with a component, and it'll tell you, it'll walk you exactly through how to do these things in a sandbox kind of. Yeah. Frankly asked, where can one browse for useful, cool React packages? Yeah, I mean, you can look at like on the, what do they call it? The NPM, like, NPM's website. You can look at their, at all the packages you can install there. It looks like Elephant posted a Medium article. Okay, great. Exploring the most used NPM packages for React. Perfect. Yeah, check that out. Basically, I was just like, hey, I need a React calendar. I don't want to build it myself. I bet there's a package for that. And so I Googled it and I found it on the NPM website and I downloaded it and it works. Yeah. Okay, so again, we have set up our form elements, but we still needed to define the variables that we're using to store these user interactions and to show them back to the user. So you might have noticed that when we're capturing this information, so when the user is typing in the box, we're calling a function called set whatever. We're saying set name, set email, set service, set stylus. We're calling a specific function to then set the value of this name variable, of this email variable, of this service variable. And this syntax is very specific to, again, a fundamental property of React called state. So state is a very important principle of working with React that we haven't really touched on yet. And state is how React determines whether something about the user interface should change. So, for example, if the user starts typing in an input box, React is going to need to do something. It's going to need to update the appearance of that input box in order to show what the user is typing, right? Or when the user submits a form, React is going to need to know, oh, hey, something needs to change about this form. I need to tell the user it's been submitted or tell the user the submission failed. Something about the user interface needs to be updated. And so anytime we have something that we want to track that we know is going to require the appearance of an element or a component or a portion of the user interface to change, to show something different to the user, we need to track its state. Yeah, it's reacting to what you change. Exactly. So the user interface needs to react to what is changing. So how does React know what's changed? Well, we track it in very specific variables called state variables. And these variables literally track what state a particular user interface should be in at any given time based on what the user is doing or what external, inputs are being received, like a database response. Okay, so state variables are similar to regular variables, but they're a specific type of variables. They're kind of the triggers that cause specific components to refresh themselves on a page. So for example, if you're on Facebook and you get a notification, we talked earlier about how we don't want the whole page to reload. We would only want to reload the little bell icon and, update the little number in the corner from 1 to 2. If you got another notification, that little bell icon needs to show a 2 instead of a 1. And so we would have a state variable that's tracking notification count. And if that state variable suddenly goes up by 1, goes from 1 to 2, then we reload the bell icon, the bell component, with that new value. Yeah. So state variables allow us to have that granularity of control to say when and how a user interface element should be updated based on the interactions it's receiving. And like I mentioned before, these are specific types of variables. So like what I've declared here, these are standard static variables, right? These are just constants. But now I'm going to show you how to declare a state variable. And what you'll notice is that they are all declared in a very specific way. So these are constants because they're not directly changeable. And we'll talk more about that in a second. It's a little confusing at first, but I promise we'll go over it. So the first variable I'm going to declare is the name. I'm going to do a couple of these, and then we're going to talk about how they work. You'll notice they all follow the same pattern. Email, set, email, and then we'll do the third one. We'll do date as well. That's one's a little different. So say date and set date. And this one is going to be use state. Give that a value of date. Okay, so what are we doing here? Well, when we declare a state variable, it has 3 parts, 3 things that we need to consider. First one is the name of the variable. And in this case, the name of our variable is just name. And we saw that, right? We saw that, we're storing the whatever the user enters, we're storing in a variable called name, and we're showing it to the user. Same for email, right? We have a variable called email. We're capturing that information and we're storing it in this variable called email. Now this second value here, this set value, this is the function that we call in order to update this variable. So this is a variable, this is a function. This is a variable, this is a function. And you might be saying, well, wait, how does that work in the first place? Because we declared these as consts. Essentially what this is doing is it's saying, I can't do this. I can't say, that will not work. Because we've declared it as a const, we're essentially making this variable immutable unless we call this specific function to update it. So by the principles of a React, we cannot update a state variable unless we call the specific function associated with that we declare the two together. This is a built-in function that we can call to update this state variable. Then the last part here is just the initial value of that state. So when the component renders for the first time, like when we load the page for the first time, what should the value of that state be? Now, for these, we've set them to empty strings because when I load this form, I want these input boxes to be empty. So the form loads for the first time. And when it does, I set the value of that form to the initial value of the state variable, which is an empty string. Same with the email. Now for the date state variable, I did something quite slightly different. So when the form loads for the first time, we're saying the initial value of this date state variable should be today's date. And you can see that that's what happened, right? I didn't click on anything here. But it's setting it to today's date because that's the initial value that I set. Now, what happens when I click on something in the calendar? As soon as I do, I'm interacting with the calendar. So it's going to call the set date function, which is going to update this variable to whatever I clicked on, and then again, show it back to the user as the result. So if I click on 16, it immediately re-renders this to show the value that I clicked on because this variable has been updated. Okay? State is a bit of a brain teaser the first time you hear about it. So that's why I'm kind of pausing here for a minute. Because state is different. This is one of the things that's truly different from anything that we really use in vanilla JavaScript. And it's one of the main principles of React. It's how React knows what to react to and when to react. We control that behavior by saying, hey, React, look out for changes in these specific variables. And when they change, that's when you change the UI. Okay? Yeah, exactly. As Strain said, this is really to help us control individual elements of the user interface rather than having to refresh the page anytime something changes. So these are kind of like protected variables, which are almost like event listeners a little bit. If you want to think about it that way, they are watching for specific things to happen. And when those things happen, that's going to trigger something else to change in the user interface and show something different to the user. Motown says, so it's saying if there is a change to X, update to this. Yeah, and we're controlling that, right? So let's walk through one. So here, if I start typing in the name field and I enter the letter M, let's walk through exactly what happened there. So my input box right here has an onChange property. So something has changed. I have typed something in the box, and that has created an event. When I type, it creates an event automatically. So when something happens, which it just did because I typed something, it's going to call the setName function, and it's going to set the value of the name variable to whatever I just typed. In this case, an uppercase M. So now the value of this state variable has changed. When that happens, we are reading the value of that variable as the value we showed to the user in the input box. And so React is going to say, oop, I need to essentially refresh the form to show whatever has been entered here. Something has changed. We're reading this value. The value of this variable has changed. I need to show it to the user. I need to reload this. Yeah, so these variables are controlled and very strict. So yeah, you have to declare them like this. Now, if we were being a little bit more careful or maybe a little bit more discerning, we might do something like separating out the calendar as its, well, I guess it is, no, the calendar is its own component. Yeah, so, okay. So essentially, what it's going to do is it's going to reload the component in which that state variable is being referenced. Yeah, it's only refreshing the form since the form was the only thing we changed. Right. Yeah, it's only going to refresh the form since the form was the only thing we changed. Yep. And so, depending on how you've structured your components, for example, we talked about earlier, right, with Facebook, right? The little you get a notification, the little bell icon changes. The bell icon is its own component. So in that case, it would be something like you'd have a state variable for notification count, say. So a notification comes in, that set notification count function gets called, the state variable gets updated, the little bell icon is reading from that variable to know what number to show the user. And so React says, oh, the value of this state variable changed. I need to reload the bell to show it to the user. Okay? So yeah, state is a little weird, but you kind of get the feel for it after a minute to be like, oh yeah, actually, for pages where there's a lot changing all the time or where there's a lot of user interaction, if I can just reload individual bits at a time and use these state variables to monitor what should be reloaded and when, then you can really, reduce load times, you can reduce resource usage, you can reduce API calls. And if you're using something that's rate limited, that can be really important. If you have a limited number of API calls, you could make one API call and be smart about other components that you're reloading on the page without having to reload the whole page every time. Yeah, exactly. And state variables can be used to power multiple components as well. You don't have to have one state variable per component. You could have a single state variable managing multiple components. So let's think about this, the notification count again, right? Let's think about the notification count again. So let's say that not only do you have the little bell icon in the top corner, let's say that maybe you also have it also shows that count, I don't know, in a menu bar down at the bottom. It says you have X, new notifications, check them now. So you have like two components that are using the same state variable. And so you can have those components update in unison. You're changing one variable, but since both of them are reading the same state variable, both of them will update at the same time. So they can stay in sync with each other. And that's another common usage of components. You can ensure that multiple parts of your user interface work together, even though they can't directly talk to each other, and they shouldn't. You can manage them with the same set of state variables or the same singular state variable. So you can coordinate multiple parts of your user interface to work together. So for example, think about things like switching to dark mode. Or you want to have all of your UI elements do the same thing at the same time, or some of your UI elements change to dark mode and some stay in light mode. Something like that, or if there's an error, right? Maybe you want to update multiple parts of your UI to show the same error message. You can do that as well. So lots of different uses for state. Exactly. Like LinkedIn, the notifications, the messages, the connections. Yeah. Those are, since that shows up in multiple locations on the UI, it's probably managed by, the same state variable. So they all update together. A live graph. Sure. Definitely. Yep. Get Alpine says, wait, I walked away. Is this the foundation of live sites? Yeah, it's kind of a live site, right? Because you don't have to, the user doesn't have to do anything to reload the page. It's going to reload itself if that information is updated. It's gonna control its own appearance based on either what the user is doing or the information it's receiving from elsewhere. Yeah, it's a big helper to performance, definitely. Especially on media heavy sites or sites with a lot of UI elements. Mm-hmm. Yu says, is it complex to handle the state? It depends. If you handle it well, you can be somewhat smart about it, right? State is easy to mess up if you aren't handling it well and being careful about when and how you initialize it. And so again, the React docs actually do walk you through the mentality of when and how you should set up your state. When is state appropriate? How high up in the hierarchy should you declare your state variables? Should you declare them globally? how low down should they go? Can you know, how many state variables should you have for what you're trying to do? That type of thing. Those are all decisions you need to make. In this case, our process is fairly easy because we're kind of just setting individual state variables for each of our form elements. But sometimes the decisions are a little bit more complicated, especially when you're managing multiple components with, you know, one or two pieces of state. Hey, you're getting it. Awesome. Hey, Morale. Good to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it takes a minute to sink in, right? Because it's so very different than something that you know you've done in the past with vanilla JavaScript. But it's so powerful, and it's really fundamental to the way a lot of modern applications actually work. And so, if you can start to kind of understand the concept of state and how it controls individual user interface elements, it's really powerful. So again, like I mentioned, we're really, you know, our state here is pretty straightforward. I need to declare a couple more variables here. We need to do the variables for service and stylist. And you'll notice that when I copied and pasted these, it immediately underlined them because we cannot have two state variables with the same name or the same function call. So this one's going to be service. This one's going to be stylist. Set service. Set stylus. There we go. So now I have these pieces of state managing my individual form elements, capturing what the user is entering so that we can immediately show it back to them in the form. And you know, again, this is a pretty basic use of state, but there's a lot more you can do with it. Superfunko says, Superfunk, sorry. They say, if a component is connected to multiple event handlers, does it stay manageable? Yeah, so again, state is something that can be easy to overcomplicate if you're not careful. One thing we haven't talked about and we're not going to use in this particular project, but again, we cover a lot in other React projects we've done and in my React tutorial, is there's other ways to handle the way a UI element looks than individual state variables. You can pass in values from parent components in what we call props, right? You can manage global, not global, you can manage shared state variables inside of a parent component and then pass those down into individual children via what we call props. It's essentially what you might call, you know, arguments, right? You're passing a value into a function. And so you can control it you can make it more manageable that way as well. You can sort of consolidate state. If the behaviors are shared between multiple components, you can consolidate them into a parent and then pass them down into the children as props. So making it manageable is more of a logistical and process decision on your part, based on the type of behavior you're trying to trigger. So does it stay manageable is a question that, you know, only you can determine based on how you build your application, essentially. A lot of it's a judgment call. And again, I gotta plug the docs because they talk about all of that. How do you make it stay manageable? How do you know how to structure your application so it makes sense? Yeah. No worries, Mattel. Always good to see you. All right, so we've got all our state variables. Last thing, I do need one more variable here, just again, to do that redirect to send the user back to the home page after they successfully book an appointment. So I'm just gonna, this is a standard variable. I'm just gonna say use. Essentially what this is gonna do is gonna allow me to trigger a redirect when, after they successfully book an appointment. It's just gonna allow me to redirect back to the home page. Yep, it all comes down to design in the end, exactly. So we've declared some variables. We've declared our state variables. We've set up our UI structure, right? Our return here. But we still have no way to handle the actual form submission. So when they click submit, as we talked about before, we want to suppress the standard submission behavior. And we want to have React control any and all of that default behavior ourselves. We want to manage that behavior ourselves. That's one of the main principles of React. So we want to suppress the default behavior. We want to control it ourselves and handle the submission exactly when and how we want it to happen. So I'm going to declare a function here, and we're going to call it handle submit. So somebody asked earlier, can you have, can you have additional logic? Can you have multiple functions inside of a component? And you absolutely can. We're going to set up, this is just a standard JavaScript function, essentially. We're just going to do an asynchronous function. We're going to essentially make a call up to the server and pass that form data, punt that form data up to the server, and then wait for a response and see if that booking was successful. So bog standard function. This is going to be very similar to functions that you've done all the time when you're talking to a server. Really not that much difference. But the first thing we're going to do is we are going to prevent the default form behavior. So I'm going to say prevent. I should have asked you guys to tell me what to do here, but we're going to say prevent default. And we are passing in. So we're saying const handle submit. It's an asynchronous function. We're passing in the submit event. So they've clicked the button and that's triggered a specific event. We're passing in the details of that event. And the first thing we're doing is saying, hey, I know they clicked on the submit button for the form, but don't reload the page. Anything you were planning to do, HTML form, don't do it. Don't reload the page. Don't send a request, automatically. We're going to do that request ourselves. Yeah, good catch there, Motown. Spelling. So we're going to say const, but because we're suppressing that default behavior, we do have to do a little bit more. We have to make like a manual fetch request. So because the form would do that for us automatically normally, but since we're suppressing that behavior, we do have to do a fetch. So we're going to await that fetch from our server, and we're going to hit that path. Now you could, put this in a variable. Right now, I just kind of cheesed it. We're just saying, all right, hit your server port, and we're going to send it to a specific route. We're going to have on our server side, when we set up our server, we're going to say, when it hits this route for bookings, and when it specifically is a post request, our server is going to, write that information to the database. So when it's a post request, and we're going to give it our content type, and that's just going to be application/JSON. So we're going to set our headers, and we're going to set our body for the request. This is the kind of thing that the form normally does automatically. But I think we've all done this before at some point. We're going to take the form elements. So we're going to take the name, email, date, service, and stylist, wrap them up in an object, send them up to the server as JSON, and attempt to do a post. So once we've done that, assuming that we get, so we're awaiting this fetch response, right? We're doing a fetch, we're sending up a post request, we're expecting to get some kind of a response back from the server. And when we do, if that response was okay, then we want to show an alert to the user and say, I'm going to copy and paste this from the finished code. We're essentially just going to say, hey, for all the stuff you selected, booking for, name on date was successful. We will send an email to email, whatever your email address was, with the available times, and then we're going to navigate them back to the home page. And if it was not okay, then the booking failed. Please try again. So essentially what we're doing here is we're manually handling the form submission and what happens based on the response that we get back from the server. So what behavior do we want to see? Well, then we send up an alert and we shoot them right back to the home page. Otherwise, show them an alert that, asks them to try again. Now you could handle this in multiple different ways. You could instead of showing an alert box, you could replace the entire form with a message that says your form submission was successful. Here's your appointment is going to be scheduled for July 17th or whatever. So you could use a state variable to control the behavior of that component to completely get rid of the form and show a message instead if you wanted. Hey, Yala, thank you so much for the follow. Alpine says, so when submitting, it's sending the user input to the back end, then bringing the information back to the server. Yes, we're essentially all we're doing here is a standard fetch request. So if you're familiar with full stack applications, you've probably seen fetch requests before. It's essentially an API that we can call, where we can send requests to the server. And in this case, we're going to send them to the server we haven't built yet, but we're going to build soon. So we're going to have our backend running. So we're going to have a server.js that's listening for specific routes, including this one. And it's going to say, oh, hey, if I get this route, I'm going to try to post the contents of the form to the database and write them to the database as an object. If that is successful, then we show the alert to the user and we send them back to the home page. Okay? So this is where we're in. Actually, I'll ask you guys, how can I tell? Yeah, so let's say I didn't know like what fetch was or whatever. What's another way that I could tell that I'm contacting some kind of an external resource here? What's something about the way this function is written that tells me that I'm probably contacting an external resource? Yeah, the URL, but besides that, what's something else about this? Because I mean, heck, sometimes we use, external paths or internal paths for things. Yeah, the fact that we're using async await, the fact that we've made it into an asynchronous function should also be a clue, because we generally use async await when we are attempting something that we don't know how long it's going to take or whether it's actually going to be successful. Yeah, it's an asynchronous operation. So we're using async await. We're creating a promise where we're awaiting the result of that promise before we continue, no matter how long it takes. And then assuming whatever response we get, then we perform some other behavior. Oh, that's your next class. Nice. Yeah, promises and async await are extremely important whenever you're working with APIs or any kind of thing that you can't control, right? You don't know how slow the latency in your network is going to be. You don't know, maybe the database is down, whatever. Async await, is very helpful in that regard. Yeah. Okay, so now we can handle the form submission. And yes, you're right. We haven't built where the user input information is going on the back end yet. Nope, we haven't built that. What we've just finished the client side of everything. Oh my goodness. RXR BLN, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Hi, folks. Hi, Mastic Warrior. Hey, welcome, everybody. Good to have you here. What were y'all working on today? Good to have everybody here. As far as what we're working on today, hi everybody, my name is Mayan Wolf, and I am an educational streamer. I teach basic coding principles, generally using the MERN stack, so using MongoDB, Express, Node, React, and also basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I teach just generally full stack web development, and we build fun projects and learn about coding. Oh, wow, that sounds fancy. Hi, I'm Root. But yeah, I'm essentially an educational streamer and teaching full stack web development. I'm associated with the 100 Devs free full stack training program. So if you're interested in that, you can do 100 Devs in chat, !100 Devs, if you want to learn more about that. But yeah, it's a free way to learn web development that literally absolutely does not cost anything. And all the materials are free and open source. Mastic says full stack. I don't envy you. Actually, I don't do full stack for my day job. My day job, I am actually a senior SQL developer at a major university in the US. So yeah, I do not get paid for full stack development. However, I do teach full stack development on the weekends because it's fun. Yeah, no, I actually make money as a senior SQL developer. But I enjoy wilding out with some JavaScript on the weekends. Who doesn't? You know, you get a little nuts. Everybody loves going a little wild on the weekends, and sometimes for developers that means using JavaScript. Okay. So today we're actually building kind of a template for essentially like a hair salon or some other business that might need like a booking platform. So we're just building that out in React with a MongoDB backend and a Node server. Okay. So let's double check that we've got everything here. Use state, calendar, we got those variables, we've got our state variables set. Got use navigate, we're handling form submission, okay, and we're returning, I think, all of our UI elements. The definition of wild for software engineers is itself, in fact, wild, yes. And thank you all for the follows as well. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Mastic Warrior. Thank you, Solomeister. Thank you, Bakugo Pog, Peace Mundi. And again, thank you for the raid, RXRBLN. Please go give RXRBLN a follow. Yes, thank them for the raid. The definition of letting their head, yeah, going from SQL to JavaScript is absolutely the Wild West. That's why I like it so much. It's so different than what I do during the day. Flask says, why not use a SQL database instead of Mongo? That's a great question. We actually do use SQL databases quite a bit for full stack here on my streams as well. But for educational purposes, I like to explore different ways of doing things. Am I more familiar with relational databases? Absolutely. It's what I do during the day, right? There's nothing I love more than spinning up a table in Supabase and just cooking from there. But I think it's also important to know that, hey, MongoDB is the other big player out there. And so if folks want to get a job in software development, their employer might be using MongoDB instead of a relational database. So it's just going to be one more, leg up in the job hunt if they can say, yeah, I can work with relational and document-based databases, right? So as far as the right tool for the job, it really depends on the application. For something like this, we're just using Mongo because it doesn't really matter that much. But in some cases, it can be a more crucial decision. But yeah, that's a great question. That's a question I get a lot, is like, well, why did you use Supabase for this, or why did you use Mongo for this? And a lot of the times it's just for educational purposes, to make sure that folks watching are familiar with and comfortable using whichever one comes up in the moment, or whichever one their employer uses. Strain says, feeling a little rebellious today, might go build something with Haskell. Yeah. Git says, is there a space where a UI where you can see information in the MongoDB, or do you just have to reference it in the code? No, we will be building a page for that in a minute. So on the finished version, which you can see here, this is actually pulling from our MongoDB and showing you all of the current entries. So yeah, so essentially, if we're talking in terms of like a CRUD application, this is the create page and this is the read page. We don't have update and delete functionality in this. That's something you could add. But it's, again, thinking about time, what can we add in the time that we have? Well, create and read is good enough for now. Git says, let's see, I already answered that. Mastic says, not enough places use Postgres. Yeah, I like Postgres quite a bit. I use it for all of my personal projects. My employer, being a university, they use Oracle, of course, the big daddy. But yeah, I've used several different flavors of SQL at previous jobs. like I say, I currently use Oracle. In the past, I've used Microsoft SQL. But once you know one flavor of SQL, you can really pick up any of the other ones. So you shouldn't stress. If you're learning SQL, you shouldn't really stress about what version you're using. Postgres is a great place to start because it's open source and it's used everywhere. But I think a lot of larger employers are probably going to gravitate toward Microsoft or Oracle. But still, it's not going to prevent you from picking those up if you started with Postgres because they're all very similar. They're like, I always say it's like British English versus American English or Australian English, right? We can all understand each other. We might have different accents and some words aren't going to make sense, but we can all understand each other pretty well for the most part. Flask says, SQL is fascinating to me because it's so old, but dang, there's nothing better even today. Yeah, I mean, 100%. SQL is incredible. I love that I get paid to write it. And I have never felt bad about that being my profession because I think it's such a cool language and it's so powerful and excellent. And NoSQL hasn't really panned out as a complete replacement. I don't think it ever will, honestly. It has its uses, 100%. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. Like document-based databases and other ways of interacting with databases absolutely have their uses and their use cases, but SQL and relational databases are never going away, in my opinion. I think they will always be there, and they will always be the backbone of large-scale data storage. Git says you signed up for a perm on 7/15/24. Good choice. Yeah. Gotta love my test entries, right? Yeah, Oracle is there's something else. Definitely. Mastic says I use some NoSQL in an Android app class, not a fan. Yeah, I mean, it can be useful for people that have started, learning JavaScript because it is object based. And so, if you're already familiar with objects and how objects work, then an object based data storage method is going to be pretty intuitive. But it's not necessarily the most common. So I still think it's worth it for everybody to learn a little bit of basic SQL, and, that'll, in my opinion, really give you a leg up. Okay, let's keep on trucking here. So we've set up our form submission. We're handling that. Set up our returns. Cool, 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 cool. All right, so we've saved this. Now let's see if, okay, great. So what we can see here is if I click over to our working version of the application, we can see that my form and all the elements are actually visible. So I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit. Now, somebody mentioned earlier that when they tried to load this page, it was blank for them. If the page is blank, the best way to troubleshoot in a React application is to do an inspect on the page. So you're going to want to see, and we can see I've got some errors here, and that's to be expected because we haven't set up all the elements that we need. But what we can see here is the best way to troubleshoot is to do an inspect, and we're going to check our log here. Oh, and actually what I need to do is I need to reload this too. So also too, if you're having trouble, you see a lot of errors, reload the page because Vite does refresh automatically, kind of like NodeMon, but the error log in Chrome will not. So a lot of the errors that I saw there were old errors from when it was just previously refreshing before we had defined everything. So when I do that, we can see that now I'm just down to 1. So let's see what's going on there. Okay, yeah, exactly. I know exactly what this error is, and it's actually a question I have for chat. Yeah, so when in doubt, if your application isn't working, number 1, check your logs in the terminal. Check your console logs. Number 2, especially for a front-end application, do an inspect in the browser and see what the browser is telling you is wrong. Because generally React's errors are actually pretty good. They're pretty verbose. They're going to probably tell you exactly, where you went wrong and even sometimes how to fix it. So Chrome is giving me a warning here. It's saying incorrect use of label for form element. And I think I know exactly what component it's erroring on. But if we expand this, we can see exactly what React node is violating the principles. And so it's saying that, oh, I can't see that. Show me the node. There we go. Oh, yeah. So, yep, here's the offender. So can you tell what mistake did I make here? I don't know. Oh, you can't see that. It's behind my chat box. Hang on. What mistake did I make? Why is it telling me that this is wrong? Quiz time. Why is it telling me that my label is wrong? Yeah, there's actually two problems here, right? Trick question, baby. Yes. Uh, yes, exactly. Two things are wrong. Number one, I'm trying to attach it to something that doesn't exist because this select box is called service, and this one is, I'm trying to reference something called services. So that's mistake number one. Mistake number two is that in React, labels don't use for, they use HTML for. So two problems. So I'm going to fix those, and we should see this error go away when I do a reload. So, okay, so I actually I did already fix that, so fun. But if I do this, oops, take away the S. Nope, there we go. And then save. Okay, so okay, great. Oh, wait, and actually, no, this is fine because when it renders out into HTML, it's going to render out property. Yeah, so I bamboozled myself there. So really, this was the only thing that needed to be fixed. Now, if I reload this, yeah, there we go. So the error is gone. But when this renders out as HTML, and I love this. This is a great illustration of what's happening behind the scenes with React, right? Because we're writing this label tag as JSX. But then when it renders out in the browser as HTML, it's going to render out as HTML. And HTML does use the for tag, right? HTML does use the for tag. We were tricked, bamboozled, hoodwinked. Yes, exactly. There's a chat box in your label. Okay, so Motown mentioned I'm getting use state is not defined. So potentially it'll even tell you what line of code the problem is on. But my guess is that did you remember to import use state at the top of your file here, Motown? Yeah, so you need to import the use state ability from React first, and then you need to make sure that your state variables are defined inside of your component here so that you can reference them later. And a quick way to tell that is that VS Code, if you've correctly defined your variables and your functions, VS Code will highlight the functions in yellow and the state variables in this sort of neutral blue. No, it's all good, Motown. If you want to, so here's the import statement. I'll just give it to you. You can also look at the finished code on my GitHub, but that's the import statement there. And you can also do at any point, you can do exclamation point project, and you can see the finished code on GitHub. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to, before we do the admin page, which is actually very simple, it's just a simple looping list. Yeah, check that out. The two things we need to do are we need to create our admin page, which is essentially just going to loop through the items in the database. It's going to just get a list of items from the database. It's going to loop through them, and it's going to create a list. So fairly simple. And then we need to set up our server to actually talk to our database, which is actually also going to be fairly simple. It's going to be a lot simpler than the standard HTML servers you're going to be you've been used to, because we are handling so much of that logic, including routing, right? We're handling the routing, we're handling a lot of the controller type logic. We're actually handling that with React. So we've already done it. So we've already built most of the controllers. We're already handling the client-side routing, so between the individual pages. And so really the only thing we're going to need to define in our server is the points where we need to interact with our database. So when we want to write a new entry to the database, and when we need to read entries from the database to show them on the admin page. So essentially we're only going to need two routes on our server. You want to see the select boxes? Sure. Move those over here. So when they render out, I'm going to expand this. Let's see, stylist. Yeah. So when it renders, it's just going to render as a standard select box with the options. So as you recall, when we set up our select box, we had some logic here that would just loop through the values in that array and create as many option tags as we needed. So in this case, you can see when it just renders out as a standard select box with 3 options. Because what React did, or what the JSX did when it compiled, was it looped through and said, okay, 3 items in this array, I'm going to generate 3 options, and I'm going to render those out in my select box. Okay, cool. We're going to go ahead and take a break, 5 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to finish building out our admin page, which is actually going to work very similarly to these select boxes with the options, right? Because on the admin page, we don't know how many entries are currently in the database. How many people have made bookings? We don't know. There could be 10, there could be 50. And so we're essentially just going to do the same thing that we did here. We're going to loop through and we're going to generate as many list elements as we need based on how many records we get back from the database. 5-minute union break, everybody. Yeah, pretty much. Alrighty. Yep, 5 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to build out the admin page and we're going to set up our 2 routes in our little server. And then we'll be done. Cool beans. All right, and if anybody wants to if anybody's having trouble, if anybody's getting errors, you're not sure what to do, again, do !project in chat and check out the finished code in my GitHub that you can look at it as long as you want. You can even clone it down if you want to mess around with it. So yeah, check that out, !project. That'll let you kind of, troubleshoot at your leisure. All right, 5 minutes. I'll see y'all back here shortly. Alrighty, folks, we're going to be coming on back in about a minute. So please get a drink of water, make sure you're stretching, make sure you're hydrated. And as always, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. I'll see you shortly. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Chilling on, welcome. Good to have you here. And thank you for the follow, Chilling on and Salty Dog. Thank you both. Hello, hello, indeed. Alrighty. Like I said before, next step in our dev process here is we are going to build out our admin page. Essentially to allow us to display records that we have read from the database, to show them in a list. So if I look at it now, we've just got some filler text in there, but essentially what we want to see is a list of records that we've fetched from the database. Welcome back indeed, yes. Alrighty, so how do we do this? Well, like I said before, one of the nice things about React is that we can handle really any volume of records, as few or as many as we get back from the database. We can generate as many elements or tags that we need in order to display them properly. So we can dynamically generate those tags using React. All right, so how do we do that? Well, previously we used a loop to generate those tags, and essentially that's kind of what we're going to do here as well. Same deal. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I did get a fresh glass of water because we have been going for 3 hours now, or sorry, 4 hours. We've been on for 4 hours now, so voice is getting a little scratchy, but that's all good. We're gonna make it. Thank you for the hydrate. Woo, indeed. Okay, so we're going to import React as well as a couple of other useful elements. So we're going to import, not only use state, which we've used before, right? We already talked about state at length. We're also going to import use effect. And we'll talk about that more in just a minute here. So we're going to import a couple of additional things, and then inside of our component, I am going to declare a state variable. And the thing that I want to track on this page, or the thing that I really care about on this page, is essentially the list of bookings, right? So what is the list of bookings that I get back from the database? And if that were to change, I would want to make sure that this list is updated, right? So my state variable is going to be bookings, and set bookings is going to be my function to update that variable if needed. And then by default, if there is nothing to fetch, then I can just, essentially the initial value of that variable is just going to be an empty array. So kind of like how for our form fields, how we sent them to empty strings. In this case, I'm basically saying, hey, bookings is an array, so its default value is going to be an empty array. Dang old state variable, exactly. Strain says, we used to use a dynamic loop to generate those tags. We still do, but we used to too. Exactly. All right, so this is going to be our state variable for holding those bookings that we get back from the database. And again, we're going to have some initial logic here to do that fetch, to pull down those variables, or sorry, that list of bookings from the server, from the database. So very similar to previous, we're going to create an asynchronous function to do a fetch, to fetch from a particular route. Our server is going to be listening from that route. It's going to compile that list of bookings, and we're going to await that response and then set our state variable with that list of bookings. So this is going to be similar to what we did for the form submission, right? We're going to just do another fetch. We're going to, except in this time, instead of a post, we're just essentially just going to be doing a standard fetch. So we're going to just be doing a default sort of a get from our server, get that list of bookings, set them inside of our variable here. And when that happens, it's going to update the UI with that list of bookings. Now, we are going to introduce another, what we call a hook, React hook. And this is called use effect. So the purpose of use effect here, use effect is useful for a lot of things, but what we're going to be using it for here is to essentially say, the moment this page loads, immediately trigger the fetch, update the state variable, and display the result in the UI. So essentially without a user interaction, right? Because a lot of the things we've been talking about here is that, oh, well, when the user interacts with the button, it's going to trigger this function. Or when the user starts typing in the box, it's going to, show what they're typing in the box, right? But what if we want something to happen automatically? We want this to happen when the page loads. We don't always have to wait for a user interaction. We can force something to occur. We can force an action based on something like a page load or other specific things happening independent of the user doing something. And so that's kind of what use effect can help us do. Like I said, use effect is a bit more advanced. It can do a lot of things, but in this case, we're just saying, hey, when the page loads, do a fetch, please. So use effect, we're going to just declare, again, inside of here, we're just going to declare a function. We're going to say, when the page loads, declare this fetch bookings function, call this fetch bookings function, and it's going to be async because we're talking to a database, right? Async. And we're just going to do a fetch. Constant response, we're going to await that fetch. Now here we're not going to have to do that, setting all the headers and stuff like that, because by default the fetch is just going to do a get. So we're going to hit a very specific route on our server. We're going to hit API/bookings, which if you were paying attention, you might notice is the exact same route that we hit for our previous fetch. So in both cases, we are technically hitting the same route, but this actually is successful. Even though we're hitting the same route both times, it's going to perform two different operations on the server. So based on what you know about how server-side routing is done, how is this possible? How is it possible for me to go to the same path both times and yet have it go down two different paths on the server? This is not a React question. This is just a basic Express server-side question. So if I have my fetch go to the same route both times, how is it possible for it to take two different paths on the server side? Elephant says one is writing and one is reading. How do we do that? How do we force it to, how do we send one route to the write path and then one route to the read path? How do we do that? Based on what we know about server-side routing, forms, requests, how do we manage that? Mr. X, welcome to the stream. Hello. That's a good guess. Controller, form submission. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so Holly and Superfunk, yes, you're exactly right. So take note that on our booking page, we explicitly set the method, the HTTP method, to be post. Yeah. But by default, such as on this page, if I don't set a method here, it's going to do a get. So even though we're going to the same path, we can trigger two different actions on the server side by having our server essentially setting up two routes on our server side. One is listening for a post request to this route. The other one is listening for a get request, right? So the method, along with the specific path, controls the behavior on the server side. Hey, Dachshund, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, so those verbs are going to, get, put, post, patch, whatever verb you use for that action can change the behavior on the server side depending on how you define those server side routes. Yeah. Okay, so our response here, we're awaiting the fetch. It's going to be a get by default. Const. And then the data that we get back, we're going to await. We're going to await response.json here. And then once we get that back, we're going to set bookings with that data. So essentially, what are we doing here? We are, as soon as the page loads, we're going to do this. We're going to do this fetch request. We're going to await that response. We're going to store it in a variable called data. And we're going to update our state variable bookings with whatever we get back from the database. And then that is going to control what shows up on the UI when the page actually fully loads. Okay. Oh, I said date. Yeah, good call. Yep. Spelling. Okay, so to finish out this use effect function here, we do actually still need to call our fetch bookings function to essentially just trigger it to fire, just like we would with any standard JavaScript function. We declare it first, right? We declare our function, and then we can call it. And use effect is going to trigger that to happen. So page loads, we call fetch bookings, get data back, set our state variable, and then we're going to, load it into the UI down here in the return. Yeah, did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Yeah, I think I fixed it. Okay. So to finish out use effect, we do just need to add a little second property here. So notice what it says here for use effect. It says this second argument here. This is a dependency list. So you don't have to just control it with page load. You can also define specific dependencies here. So to only trigger, this effect if X, Y, and Z dependencies change. And again, that's a bit more advanced. You can read more about it in the React docs, but you can have a lot of fine-grained control over when something happens based on other triggers. No worries, Git. It was great to have you here. Thank you for your contributions. Iris said, can you explain cleanup functions in use effect? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Feel free to clarify if you would like, or if anybody else wants to chime in, you're welcome to. I'm not quite sure what you mean by cleanup functions. So we've set our use effect. So now when the page loads, it's going to do all these things, trigger the fetch, boop, and fetch bookings. And also, too, another useful thing about use effect is it can prevent things from happening as well, right? So think about like a database call, right? We don't want to accidentally hit the database, 60 million times in a minute. Maybe we really only want, a database call to happen when something's at a very specific point, right? So use effect can also be used, with specific criteria. It can be used to prevent unnecessary things from happening, unnecessary database calls as well. So a lot of things it can do. But now in the return, again, we need to wrap everything in a parent element. We'll just use a div. We're going to say admin dashboard for the title. And then, like I mentioned, all we need to do is create our wrapper for our list, and then we're going to dynamically generate as many LIs as we need. So I'm going to take whatever's in my state variable for bookings, and just like before, I can do a map. And for each booking in bookings, I want to loop through it and generate an LI and set the value of that LI appropriately. So now, one thing you might have noticed previously, and I'm going to do it again, is that I'm defining this key property. I'm defining this key property inside of my LI, and that's not something we normally have to do, right? We don't normally do that. If we were, even if I were using, I don't think you even have to do it in EJS, or like less intelligent templating engines. I don't think you have to do that, and I could be wrong. I don't remember off the top of my head. But I, sure as heck not in, regular HTML, right? There is no such key property. So why do we have to add, when we are doing a loop and generating a repeatable element in this way, why do we always have to add a key property? What is it doing for us? In this case, I'm setting the key to the MongoDB ID value of the element I'm currently looping through. So we know, if you know about MongoDB, you know that this ID value is kind of like a primary key in a SQL database. It's a truly unique value, right? Oh, okay. I see. Iris asked about cleanup functions. There's a way to clean the use effect with an abort controller or something like that. Yeah, I haven't really done anything with that, but thank you, Holly. That's a function returned from use effect. React will call that function to do cleanup in case of a fetch. You maybe want to abort the request or something else before removing that component. Okay, so yeah, cleanup of a potential. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, but why do we need a key here? Well, the key needs to be a unique value. It can't be a repeated value, because the key is, when we're looping through a repeated element like this, you're essentially generating multiple copies of the same tag, if we want to think about it like that. So like multiple LIs, right? Technically, they're all the same. I mean, the contents are different, but technically they're potentially all the same, and they could even contain multiple repetitions of the same value, depending on the type of data you're looping through. So the contents of that LI could be, 10 repetitions of the word potato, right? And so when it comes to, let's say the data in the database changes and somebody updates one value of potato to carrot, right? One of those values gets updated to carrot. How does React know which value of potato has changed to carrot? It can't. Not unless we give it some kind of a unique identifier for each of those elements that React can say, oh, okay, this specific value changed, so when I re-render this, I need to change that value. Yeah, so React will yell at you if you don't include a key value when you're, looping through and generating tags like this. Sometimes you might see a little bit of a fudge. For example, in the on the booking page when we did our loop, if we look at this, you'll see that we set the key for like our list of stylists, because it's a static array. We set the key just to the index value for that array. So 0, 1, 2. Those are the only key values you're going to have. Generally, though, we want it to be a truly unique value, not an index value, because if that array changes, the elements could be rearranged. Somebody does a sort. The same index, the same values are there. They're just arranged a different way, right? So then all the index values go out the window. But in this case, if we map it to the MongoDB ID value, that is a truly unique identifier that is associated with each individual object. So this is an example of a good type of a key to use. Yeah. Yeah, and it does. It helps keep it helps keep weird stuff from happening in React. Exactly. Yeah. That's why React requires keys, just to know what elements exactly changed. Right. Yep. In essence. Okay, so for each one we loop through, we're going to generate a list item, and we're essentially just going to take all of the elements from that object. So the name, the email, the date, the service, and the stylist, and we're just going to list them out as, you know, dash separated list items, just like this. So I'm lazy, so I copied and pasted from the finished version. You're welcome to do so as well. But it should make pretty good sense what we're doing here. We're just saying, all right, we're looping through each of these items with the ID value as the key. And then for each item we're looping through, grab the name, grab the email, generate a date value, and essentially I'm just chopping this into a short date here. Show the service and the stylist, and then go to the next one. Keep looping until there's no more to loop through, and then that's going to generate a list of however long it needs to be. And that's all we need to do for this. We're done. It's just going to do as many loops as it needs to, generate that information, and then essentially render it out as a component. Okay? So very similar to something we might do in EJS, right? We kind of talked about that. The only real major difference here is this just key value. So now we've got our write operation. We've got our read operation. Now we just need to set up our server so that we can actually talk to the database, right? So any last questions? But we're actually going to leave the client side of things. We're going to leave the client side and we're going to head over to the server side. So any last questions about the client side of things before we head to the server? And as I mentioned before, the server is actually going to be a lot simpler than servers we might set up normally, just because we've already handled so much of the controller logic and the routing logic on the client side using React. So, you know, sometimes determining whether or not to use React for a project, some of it can be a determination of how much weight do you, how much logical weight do you want to add to the client side versus how much do you want to do on the server side of things. Sometimes you might want to do more server side logic and work, just depending on, you know, what your API is going to be used for. So there could be other determinations there too. How much do you want to offload to the client? How much do you want to offload to the server? Frankly says, is there a default timeout for the await and an event for not triggered await? So what you can do is you can definitely set a timeout for a promise like this. I believe you will also get if a promise is unfulfilled, not only will your page not finish loading, I think you should also get well, depending on what you're doing with it. I think you will also get an error in the browser console that says, you know, unfulfilled promise or something like that. If there's a promise still sitting out there. Is there a default timeout for promises? I don't remember off the top of my head. Does anybody know that? I feel like there might be, but I don't want to say that without, because I know I've definitely seen errors in the browser console being like, unfulfilled promise, couldn't do it. They can be infinite. Okay, yeah. So, but you can set up timeout manually for a promise. I know you can do that. No, they can be infinite. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, you might get a failed to fetch error, what have you. And I'm realizing that I remembered to do try catch blocks to handle errors gracefully on the server side, but I forgot to do it on the client side. So one thing, you know, that you might want to do as an improvement to this application would be to add some better error handling for these fetches, so that if it fails, to either time out after a certain amount of time, to show the user a friendly error or something like that, because I completely forgot to do it on the client side, but as you'll see, I did do it on the server side, so at least I remembered half of it. Okay, yeah, fetch does have a timeout. Okay, I was thinking that. Yeah. But for, yeah, a plain Jane promise, then you would need to set a timeout yourself. Yeah. Okay. Superfunk says, in the post side of things, can you bypass the push via React API and use another one. Uh, bypass the push via React API. So we're actually using the fetch API for these, so it's a little bit different. Fetch API actually isn't a React API. This is something you can use with vanilla JavaScript. You could use something like Axios if you wanted. Instead, you could use Axios. What are some other ones? I think Fetch and Axios are the most common ones. Iris says, I love that React could be only 2 or 3 hooks, but instead there's ability. Oh yeah, React hooks are, yeah, you can even make your own hooks if you wanted. XHTML request. Okay, that's another one. I knew there was more. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, and speaking of APIs, we're about to essentially, build our own server to actually handle the request we're sending it, right? Because yeah, we're using the fetch API to send this request, but right now there's no endpoint. We don't have any place for that to go. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize the client folder here, and at the root, I'm going to add first I'm going to add a .env file. Then I'm also going to add a .getignore file. Never want to forget that. And then I'm going to add my server.js file. So this is not going to be JSX. This is just going to be this is going to be a bog standard server like you've built a bajillion times before. No difference. This is going to be a very standard server setup, actually a lot simpler than the ones we normally do. And it's going to be pretty much all familiar elements here. So if I'm setting up a server, what are some things I'm going to need? Everybody should know this one if you've done full stack. As a reminder, I'm setting up a server and I'm working with MongoDB. Yep, we're gonna need an express. We're gonna have to initialize npm. Absolutely. Yep. We're gonna have to initialize npm. We're gonna need express. What are some other things we might need? Mongoose. Yep, absolutely. Because we are gonna we could just install MongoDB if we wanted, but Mongoose is a lot easier to work with. It makes MongoDB a lot more friendly. So we're going to use that. We could use NodeMon. I'm not going to. I don't really use NodeMon anymore. Just because, again, it's one of those things that, I don't know, I just prefer to manually sort of refresh my server. But that's a personal preference. You can absolutely use NodeMon. What else? Remember what we're doing here. We're talking to a database. What's something else I might want to use? Yeah, .env. Absolutely. Yeah. That's a pretty good start. So let's go ahead and get to it. What I'm going to do here is in VS Code, I am going to, so right now my client is running in this bash terminal. I'm going to go ahead and open a new terminal just exclusively for my server. So you can see here over on the right, I've got my bash for my client, and I'm actually going to rename this. So in VS Code, you can name your terminal sessions whatever you want. So I'm going to rename the one that's currently running my client. I'm going to rename it to client just to keep it straight. So client is running here. My new session, I'm going to rename as server. So that way I can have them both running simultaneously and I can keep track of which is which. Okay, so client this is still running my front end. Server, I'm going to go ahead and I don't need to CD into anything actually. I'm just going to go ahead and start installing stuff. So npm init y. There we go. Now we can see I've got my package.json at the same level as my server, so I can install my server specific packages here. So some of the things that y'all mentioned I might need, which I agree with. I'm going to need, we'll do express, npm I express, mongoose, .env, and the last thing I'm going to go ahead and install is cores, handling cross-origin site requests. Okay, so packages are installed. And again, if you are like, wait, what packages do I need? You can always, in the GitHub repo, you can open the package.json file and you can see exactly what dependencies we've installed. So if I went a little fast there, just go ahead and take a look in the GitHub repo and you'll see exactly which packages we've installed. Now I'm going to essentially just set up my server like we always would. I'm going to say express. Again, there's nothing specific to React that we need to do on the server side. So you can use whatever backend you want with your React application as long as it can talk to the front end in a way that the front end can understand, right? As long as it can deliver an object or an array or whatever to the front end and the front end is set up to accept that, then you can build your back end in whatever you want. So I can't even spell anymore. We'll set mongoose and we'll require mongoose. And we'll set up cores. Require cores. And then we'll require .env. Config. Again, all standard setup here. Things we do every time we build a server. This can be another useful place to, if you have a template for, creating servers, this can be a good place where, if you got a repeatable template, just use the same template every time and, tweak features as needed. That's actually what I would recommend doing. I wouldn't recommend, once you've done it a few times and you recognize the patterns, I would recommend, challenging yourself to see if you can build a template with kind of standard components and just tweak a little bit every time to build your projects. Mr. says, do you also use NUXT? No, I don't personally use that. I really just kind of use the, bog standard. So for everything is pretty much, Express, NPM, all the basic tried and true bog standard package managers and packages and things like that. I know there's a lot of different ways you can build a server, but I'm not that creative. Cores, frankly says, what's cores? So, oh my goodness, thank you so much for the sub, Safety Vest. Wow, thank you. That's very kind of you. Feeling love today. Thanks, folks. So cores is, now this may not be exactly what it stands for, but it's how I remember it. Cross-origin site requests. So essentially modern browsers, have a lot of safety features, right? And so if a request is made, and, to a particular route, and it seems suspicious, then the browser will often cross-origin request source. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mr. Extremely. Yeah, it is positive and fun, isn't it? So yeah, browsers are very often actually very safe. They do a lot of things to protect us. And one of the things they protect us from is potentially specific suspicious requests. And, in a dev environment like we're doing here, we're potentially sending a lot of suspicious requests. We're sending, we're sending, weird requests that are coming from the same location and then going back to the same location. And essentially what we're doing with cores here is we're bypassing that safety feature. Not necessarily bypassing, but we're telling the browser, hey, this is okay. We're not doing anything weird, because browsers, they're going to do things like they're checking the headers of the request to make sure it's legit. They're checking all sorts of things about the request. And we are essentially bypassing that with cores. So if you ever get an error in the browser for your application that says, cross-origin site scripting or whatever blocked, and it'll say so in your browser log, then yeah, you're going to need to enable cores. Yeah. All right, so next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to connect to our database. So we're going to use Mongoose for this, and Mongoose makes it very easy to do so. So with Mongoose, essentially you can just say mongoose.connect, and then you can paste in your connection string. Now, the way I have set up the connection string in the GitHub repo, you'll notice, is I've pasted the entire string and then just put my password in an environment variable. I would recommend that if you're using this for any real application at all, that you put your entire connection string into an environment variable and just call that. The only reason I pasted the string as is with just the password obfuscated is because it's really hard to explain to people exactly how to format the connection string if you can't show it to them. If it also contains your password and it's in an environment variable. So that's the only reason I did that. I'm going to grab my connection string and drop it in here and show you what I mean. So does everybody know where to find your Mongoose, your MongoDB connection string? Does everybody know where to get that? You can get it directly from your MongoDB cluster. I can demonstrate it if we need to. Okay. So we're going to head over to MongoDB. And I'm going to look at my database here. And so I'm essentially at like the home page for, I've logged into MongoDB. I've got my cluster up. And I'm essentially sort of looking at the home page for the dashboard for my cluster. If I want to connect, I can just click the connect button here. And then I can just say, click this first option here for drivers. And we don't need to do this part. We don't need to say npm install MongoDB because we're already using Mongoose, so we don't need that. But what we do want is this connection string right here. So you can just click the copy button and grab it, copy it, and then just drop it straight into your code. Now, one thing it doesn't give you is your password. So you do need to know your password. Not just, not for logging into the MongoDB dashboard, but your actual password for your cluster. You can reset the password if you need to. I do that often just because, I'm doing these things live on stream. And so you never know when, somebody saw something or whatever. So I reset my password all the time. But the password at minimum is what you'll want to hide in an environment variable like I've done here. So in your .env file, and I don't have anything in here yet, so I can show you. In your .env file, you can simply create a variable like this, and I'm just going to do MongoDB password, and I'm going to put my password right here. So I'm going to do that real quick. But again, I would suggest if you're using this for anything real, that you would put your whole connection string in here instead of just the password. So 1 second. Y'all can take a look at my list of Steam games and judge me while I do this. Save that, close it. All right. So I've got my password in my .env file now, and I am pulling it in here. And so when it does the connection, it's going to just pull in that password into the string. Now, what's something else that if I'm setting up essentially I want to, in MongoDB, I want to set up a new bucket, let's say, for a project. What's something else I should do? VLC media player icon. Yeah. Oh, it's the best. I've used it for almost as long as VLCs existed. Yeah, it's the best. What is something else? If I'm setting up if I want to essentially create a new location, say, for the data in my project, a new application, right? I don't want to mix it in with other data from other projects. What should I do in my connection string? What should I also do to modify my connection string? No worries, Iris. Yeah, you can always catch up with the recording later. What else do I need to add to my connection string other than what MongoDB gives you by default? A port. Good question. Good guess. Sagama says create new DB. You're almost there. Collection, that's it. Yeah. So we need to, in our connection string, we need to add the name of our new collection. Because otherwise, if we don't, MongoDB will create one for us, but it's going to be called, I forget what it's called, test. I think it's just called like test. And that's no good for an actual application that you're trying to build, right? You want to have a name that's going to make sense, that you're going to be able to look in there and know exactly what it is. And so you should set that collection name right here in the connection string. So that way it's going to not only connect to the cluster, it's also going to say, oh, I should write and read everything from this one specific location in my cluster. And so where you add that in the string is between the slash and the question mark. Okay, so by default, your string is going to look something like this. And you can specify a specific name in between the slash and the question mark. Okay? All right, so assuming the connection is successful, we just want to say, and this is just another example of a promise. This is kind of the more manual way of writing a promise, but there's nothing wrong with this. We can say, hey, if the connection was successful, then we're going to console log connected to MongoDB. Say successfully. And if it wasn't successful, then we want to go ahead and catch that error. And we are going to say catch error. And we want to log that as well. So we'll say console.error. And we can just say whatever, error, and then log the error. So that way it's going to fail gracefully and it's going to tell us what the problem was. You know, if you fudged your connection string or whatever, it's going to log that in the console. Okay? All right, so that's our connection. Next thing we need to do is we need to set up our model for our data. So since we're using MongoDB, right, by default, MongoDB doesn't care what the heck you put in it. It's like, man, you can make your objects look like whatever you want them to. It's not going to care. However, a lot of the times we actually want some structure to our data, right? We want our data to have a defined structure so that every time we read that data, we know what we're getting. And so, of course, relational databases like SQL databases do that by default, right? They have a set structure from the get-go. But with document-based databases like MongoDB that are non-relational, we have to define that structure inside of our application. So in order to do that, what do we need to create? If we want to define a structure for a MongoDB database, what do we need to build? Yeah, we need to set up a schema and then put that schema in a model and then pass our data through that model anytime it comes up from the client to make sure it fits the requirements that we expect. For example, all the required fields are filled out. You know, that the date is a date and not a number or whatever, that it meets the formatting requirements and that all the fields are present, that type of thing. So always, whenever I build a schema, though, I always do kind of think like of that meme of like, look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power in terms of like relational databases. Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power. But we can define this as booking schema, and we'll create a new Mongoose schema. And so for each of the fields that are coming in from our form, we want to pass them through this schema essentially to make sure that they fit the criteria. Hollylook says, what's a model? Like a SQL column type? Yeah, so think of it in terms of the schema is like the blueprint and the model is like the building inspector. So the data passes through the model and the model looks at the schema to determine whether or not the data that's passing through the model fits the requirements. Okay? So the schema is basically just like a static blueprint, and then the model references the schema. But it is in terms of operation, it is basically like when you declare a table in SQL and you set, varchar 32 as the data type, and then somebody tries to pass a number in there, or I don't know, an object or an array in there, and it's just like, nope, not allowed, can't write that data, it doesn't meet the requirements. Or a column is defined as an int, and you try to pass in a, you know, I don't know, whatever, anything else, it's gonna yell at you. So yeah, this is an additional step if you want to add structured data into a non-relational database. So again, it's about what is the right tool for the job, right? If you have repeatable structured data, then a relational database is probably the better choice. If you have really exotic, non-structured, non-relational data, then that's actually really hard to put into a relational database, right? Your tables are gonna have a lot of extra columns. You're gonna get, a lot of write errors when things aren't matching the column types or in the right order or whatever. And so then a document-based database might be the better choice for you. So again, it really depends what's the right tool for the job. So inside of the schema, we're just going to have all the fields from our form. So we have name, email, date, service, and stylist. And here we can set some of their properties. So what is their data type? Again, kind of similar to declaring a SQL table, right? What is the type? String. Date, you can do string, date, integer, number, a Boolean, whatever. You can set their type. And then we can also set other properties like whether or not it's required, right? So if somebody tries to submit a form without these fields filled out, then without it present, which shouldn't be possible because we set those as required in the form as well. So the form, we're already doing client side validation, but this is just an additional validation step on the server side as well. And then the last one here is not required. JSON. You can still do it in SQL with JSON column. Yeah. So again, when you get into certain data types, document-based storage is actually potentially the better option. Now, SQL can handle, SQL can handle objects and other, sort of newer, I don't know if newer, but other data types like that. But I mean, for randomly sized JSON objects, then I would say that, yeah, document-based storage is the better choice. Or especially if you feel like your data is going to be very changeable, like the inputs that you're getting from the front end are gonna change a lot for whatever reason over time, then yeah, a non-relational storage is probably better. So again, right tool for the right job, it just depends. I know a lot of social media applications actually use non-relational database types, just because uh, their data is just so, I don't know, branching and wild. So now I set up my schema. So now I just set up the model to reference that schema. Oops. Booking schema. There we go. So now what's going to happen is I can reference this model as many times as I need to, pass data through it, and it'll just compare it against this blueprint here. All right, so that's kind of the initial setup, and then I'm going to have two routes like we talked about before. Yeah, no, I get it too. Yeah, I tend to default to relational, but I also, you'll see me using MongoDB quite a bit here on stream as well. So our first route, remember we talked about before, how do we set up separate routes? Oh, not that. How do we set up separate routes on the server side for potentially, the same path? Well, one of them is going to be a get, and the other route is going to be a post. So one of them we're going to be fetching data, the other one we're going to be writing data to the database. So for our first get route, it's going to be listening for the path of API/bookings. Yes, live long and prosper indeed, Fuzzy TV. And again, this is going to be another asynchronous request. So our request up to our server was asynchronous, and then our request to the database is also going to be asynchronous as well. Because again, we're contacting an external resource. We don't know whether or not that is going to work, and we want to, make sure that we're giving it ample time to respond without, doing a bunch of stuff before we get the data back. Okay, and actually, what I'm going to do here is these are functionally identical, so I'm going to do a copy paste here in a minute. So we're going to have a try catch block here to essentially gracefully fail if needed. Hey, Grubuck, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. We are building a full stack React, essentially template for something for like a business or something that needs online bookings. So we have a booking calendar. We're writing that information to a database. And yeah, it's sort of an exercise in learning React, an exercise in, full stack development, and hopefully a useful template for folks. All right, so I'm going to grab this and I'm going to say post. These routes are going to be very similar, just different types. All right, so for my first one here, I am going to try to do a fetch and say const bookings. We're going to await. Now, I can use, I'm going to use a mongoose method here, and I'm going to say, all right, using my model, look in the essentially the booking collection that I've created. Look in there and just retrieve everything. No filters, just get everything back. And then also sort it in terms of descending date. And so that way, when it renders out on the client side, it's already going to be pre-sorted. So we don't have to sort it on the client side. We're just going to sort it in our initial query here. So our query here, we're going to go in, get all the records, sort them, and then if there's a problem, last thing we need to do is send a response back to the front end as JSON. So first fetch the data, send a response back to the front end as JSON, and then if there's a problem, we're going to log that to the console, and then we're going to send a failed response back to the front end. So console error fetching bookings, send a response with a non-OK status. And what that's going to do, if you remember on the client side, is it's going to essentially, well, actually, I don't think I'm handling that. No, I am logging it. Okay. Yeah, I am logging it on the client side. So if you're sending back this failed status, there's a lot of different things you could do on the client side. You could show the user a friendly error. You could just log it to the browser console. You could show a pop-up. So, if you're sending back both a status for both success and for failure, you can get, more granular in how you handle that and what you show to the user. And we're going to do something pretty similar for the second route here. So once again, we're going to have a catch. We're going to say error saving booking and show the error. And also send back a failed status. Now, from the in the post route, we are very explicitly handling that by showing the user an alert box that says, hey, this didn't save successfully, please try again. How would we test the catch route? Well, what you could do is you could remove the password here, so it wouldn't even be able to connect to the database. Let's see, what else could we do? You could delete the collection. I mean, I would probably, just nuke the password. You just take this out, not change your password on MongoDB side, but just put the wrong password in here. So it wouldn't be able to connect to the database, and then when you try to do a fetch, that would fail. Yeah. Same for this one too. It would work here too. All right, so now when we want to do a post, we're essentially going to take the request body. So we're going to say const name, email, date, service, and stylist equals request.body. So what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Anybody know what that is? What did I just do? Yeah, this is kind of a shorthand. It's called destructuring. And so what I've done here is I can essentially very quickly initialize and set the value of 5 different variables and essentially extract their values from the request body. So the request body, remember, is essentially sending up an object that contains all the form data. And so what I'm doing here is I'm saying, all right, on the server side, set these variables and set their values to the matching values in the request body. And so if I were to console log each of these, you'd see that each of them was set to the value of the current request. So that's called destructuring. It's a really quick way to, pull that data, to take an object and break it apart into individual variables. So that's essentially what we've done there. And now I can say, all right, I want to create a new booking. So again, I'm going to leverage the model that I created, and I'm going to pass in those values. And again, it's going to run them past the schema. It's going to make sure that they are valid, that there's nothing wrong with them. And then after it does that, await new booking. And after it passes it through the schema and validates that everything's okay, it's going to just go ahead and save it as a new object in the database. And then once that's done, so it's saved the entry to the database, but we also then want to inform the client that everything was good, that it was successful, that it worked. And so after that, after we await that save action, that response back from the database saying, yep, I saved it, we're good, everything looks fine, then we're going to send a response back containing the information about the booking. So we extracted that information from the form. We extracted the form data information from the body. We essentially passed that information through our model and validated it against the schema. Then we saved it to the database, and then we said, all right, yep, everything was good, and we sent a response back to the client. Mr. X says, have you heard about Fastify? I've heard about it. I've never really considered switching. Like I said, a lot of the times, like when building personal projects for myself, I'm not, coding from scratch. So I'll just have a template, and I'll just, it takes 3 seconds to spin up a new server or whatever with the current, stack that I'm using. But if there are, but I'm always open to hearing about like benefits of other, options and things like that. I mean, if there are really like, oh my goodness, this is miles better. Like I used to use Create React App, right? And now I exclusively use Vite because Vite is so much better for building React applications. And so, yeah, if the benefits are good enough, I would consider switching. I just haven't really looked at it because I'm not like, oh my gosh, it's so terrible to build things with Express. Mirren says, is there any benefit of destructuring beyond doing 5 different assignments there apart from shorter code? I mean, I feel like not having to, assign 5 separate variables is a pretty good benefit. But yes, there's also the additional shorthand of removing keys, as Holly said. You can delete keys with destructuring. It's faster than delete keyword. Not sure about large object performance. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. But yeah, so what we're essentially doing here, in addition to just stripping out the values, is we are essentially, assigning them to these specific. We're only stripping out the values and then assigning them to these specific variables, right? So we're essentially dropping the keys. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're almost done. What are we missing here though? What's the last thing we need? We've got our routes. We're set up to to capture that information. We've got our schema. We're set up to validate the data we're getting from the front end. We're set up to connect to Mongoose. We've got all our declarations and our imports. Yeah, good catch. There you go. Yeah, the last thing we need is the thing that I think a lot of people are most likely to forget is our listener. We need to actually make the server listen on a particular port. You can define this as a variable if you want. I just hard-coded it because I was lazy. And we can just say, another thing, I like to do is to always, for any of these, operations that may not succeed, I really like to make sure that I'm doing a console log to let me know whether or not it's working, right? For the database connection, we're console logging that. And for the server running, we also want to console log that because otherwise we have no idea of knowing whether or not that's actually working. Okay, so I think we're done with our server. So fairly small server as things go, right? Like I mentioned, we're really only doing the basics here, connecting, setting up a schema and a model, and then 2 routes to handle talking to the database. Everything else is handled on the front end. Oh, hang on, is my phone ringing? 1 second. No. Okay, cool. Yep, so we got our port going here. I think we're set. So now let's test that out. Let's see if we can actually run the application. And, it's, well, I can tell it's working. The fetch is working because it's reading the data from my existing collection. I'm actually going to initialize a new one here. I'm going to just change the name of that. And I'm going to say Hair Salon 2. We'll save that. And I'm going to new connection here. And I'm going to restart my server. So we'll just say node server.js. Make sure it can run. Need to change my port value too. We'll do 6,000 for this port. So real quick there, I know I went kind of fast, but essentially I immediately recognize this error. I've seen it before. It's telling me that that the port I tried to use was already in use, and that happens very commonly if you're running multiple applications in localhost at the same time, in which case I am. So port 6,000, this should work. There we go. Oh, and this is why I normally declare my port as a variable, because that's inaccurate, but whatever. All right, and it's also telling me that I was able to connect successfully to my database. So now I'm going to reload this. Why is it still fetching from the same place? Here, we'll just restart this. Do this. I'm going to go back to my client. Just going to reinitialize this. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Because we never set any static content for our, for our static pages, so that looks correct. But if I go to the booking page, I should see, go to booking, there we go. I can see the booking information here. Booking information here, and I think that looks fine. Oh, you know what did I not? No, we're using cores right here. Frankly asked, no need to do anything with cores. We are using cores here. So, okay, this is a good quiz question. So, what are we doing? What is this? How are we utilizing cores here? What do we call it when we set up our server and we say app.use? What does that mean? When we say app.use, what's the vocabulary word that we would use to define that usage? What do we call that? Yeah, it's middleware. Right. And what is middleware? When we say app.use, that you're correct that that's middleware. What do we mean when we say middleware? What defines some? What is? How does middleware operate? I'll say that. I'll give you a hint. It's basically what it says on the tin. It's in the name. Yeah, exactly. You're both right. Middleware literally sits in between the client and the server. So a request or something, comes up from the client, and then before it's processed by our server, it passes through the middleware, and the middleware does stuff to it. Well, yeah, sometimes fast, sometimes not. But in general, it acts as a man in the middle, right? And I kind of define it as, you know how when you mail a letter, I don't know if kids still do that nowadays, but when you mail a letter, right, you're going to handwrite the address on the envelope. Most likely, you're sending a card to grandma. You're going to handwrite the address on the envelope. Uh, and the postman isn't just going to take that and immediately deliver it to grandma. Before it gets there, it's going to go through essentially like a postal processing facility. And what that facility is going to do is it's going to, number one, make sure it's getting routed to the right mail truck, right? It's going to make sure it ends up on the right mail truck. It's going to check the address, and it's going to make corrections to that if needed. It's going to check the postage. It's going to say like, yep, this is valid. Everything's good here. You're not trying to mail anthrax or whatever. And then now that it has all the information that it needs to actually get there, then it's going to actually get delivered to grandma. And so that's kind of what middleware does. It takes the incoming request oftentimes, and it does stuff to it to make it palatable to the server or to the destination. And then it finally delivers it. Kids don't think the post office is cool anymore. Yeah. Dr. Moto says, all thanks to the aliens from Men in Black 2. Oh yeah, yeah. I always think of that too. And so yeah, that's kind of what's happening here. You're gonna have this information get passed through. It's gonna get tweaked and changed in some particular way, and then finally make it to our server and get processed. So yeah, middleware is literally in the middle between the client and the server. Mm-hmm. Okay, so our server's running, our client's running. Let's do a test here. Also, too, let me check this. Oh, you know what I did? I need to change the name of my schema here if I really want this to be new. I mean, it doesn't matter all that much, but I need to do this so I don't overwrite the same data I've been using. Let me try that. Okay, and then I'm going to actually, oh, yeah, and I need to restart my server as well. Okay, there we go. Okay, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, but that's okay. I'm sure I'm doing something silly. It doesn't matter all that much. We'll just try to write something new here and see if it's actually working. You're getting a 404. Okay, so number one, double check that your when you started your so number one, did you start your server, and did you start your client? So you should remember you're going to need to have both of them running in separate terminals. So both the server and the client need to be running. And then on your server, did you get a server running on port whatever? And then did you also get a response back from the database saying connected to MongoDB? So double check those things on your server first. So you should have two lines in the console from your server saying connected and, you know, connected to MongoDB. Okay, so if your server is working successfully, then you probably have an issue with your router. If it couldn't find the page, you could always, yeah, that's what I would guess, Holly, is that the route is incorrect. Yeah, and it could be wrong in a lot of places. So I would check the console for any more specifics. I'll also do an inspect on the, you know, and see if it tells you more specifics about what's wrong. Yeah. All right, real quick. I am going to do this. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to do this. It's your fetch URL. Okay, good troubleshooting. Good job. All right, nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and do me@me.com, and we'll just say July 1st for the date, so we can see that, you know, my date is updating correctly there. I can select from all the possible choices, and we'll just do that, and we'll try booking and see what happens. Okay, so it's probably, looks like it's not going to resolve. That's okay. Got an error? Okay, yeah, connection refused. Failed to, so yeah, we've got a couple errors in the console here. Connection refused and failed to fetch. So that's an example of an unresolved promise. So really I should have, you know, probably have a timeout on this. But what you just saw there was an unresolved promise because it just kind of hung and it didn't really do anything. But then when I look and do an inspect in the console, then, you know, you can clearly see it's telling us exactly what the problem is. Yes, and you're right. It's because I changed the server port. You're exactly right. Yep. Good catch. And that's why we don't normally hard code those things. So if I go into my client here, I'm going to have to change this manually, which sucks. So yeah, don't do this normally. Okay, wait, hang on. Pages. I need to look at admin. Yeah, and that's why it kept giving me the, you know, results from the other MongoDB database, because I was hitting my other server. All right, so this here, and need to change this. This is sort of a unique error for me because I'm running two versions of this application at the same time. So you won't have to worry about this, but I do. All right, that should do it. Updated to port 6000. Should be good. Just double checking. 6000, 6000. Okay. Yep, good catch. All right, do this one more time. Let me.com. First. Doop. Doop. Okay, now let's see what we're getting. Chat doesn't like new line characters. Yeah, exactly. Okay, unsafe port. Ooh, that's fun. Unsafe port. So it's blocked the request. I do have cores running though. Interesting. Yeah, we're all set up there. Unsafe port. 6,000. Okay, I just picked a bad port. Yeah, I don't normally use 6,000, I don't think. I'll do 8,000. I've definitely used that one a lot. Yeah, I normally do 8,000. There are certain ports that are restricted. Oh, sorry. It's just telling me unsafe port. I used a bad port number, one that's probably restricted for certain things in the browser. So yeah, I can do 3001 or whatever. I'll do 5001 actually. Oh, I get that, Rask. That's cool. Yeah, I know the error log is behind my chat box, but it just said unsafe port. I picked a bad port number. That's all. The browser no likey that port number. So I'm just going to do 5001. Okay. And again. Oh, and I didn't restart my... Okay, hang on. I should have reloaded the page. Connection refused. Oh, now I'm running... Okay, now I'm running on 5173. Oh, it sucks when you run two versions of the same app at the same time. Things get very convoluted. Okay, one more time. Because I closed the other version of the app, and now this one's trying to do the... No, my server and my client are in the same project. I'm just running two versions of... I'm running the finished version of the app. I was running the finished version of the application and the one we're building actively. I was running them at the same time, and my ports just got all screwed. Yeah, it happens. But they are in the same project. 404 Moten, I would say that sounds like a page not found. So that probably means I would check your routes. All right, 7-1 is the date. There we go. Okay, still doesn't like something. We'll look at the error here. Okay, I don't know if you can see that. Error connection refused. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. Connection refused. Okay. Oh, and I know why, I think. Eventually I'll get it right. 5001. Okay, got that port correct. Yeah, I need to restart my server. I think you're right. Yeah. Correct port. I'll get it right eventually. Okay. Connected to the database, connected to the server. All right. Okay, great, cool, better. So we got a failure on the booking. Booking failed, please try again. So let's see, don't have anything logged to the log here. But it was able to hit the server. So the request did pass through the server. We just got a negative response back. So let's see if we got anything in the log. Okay, great. Okay, server responded with 404. We're getting closer. We'll get it. Okay, I've got my password. It was able to connect to the database, so that's good. I probably have a silly typo somewhere. This usually happens. Oh, I think I know. Let's try that. I'll restart my server. Yep. Yeah, I forgot the forward. So in my routes right here, and this may be Motown, this may be your problem too. I forgot the / in front of API. It was able to connect to the database, so I did get that far. There we go, and it worked. Ta-da! I just forgot the / in front of API. So Motown, you should check that as well. So ZZ, this was a fun exercise in troubleshooting. You know how I knew that it wasn't the database? How I knew that it wasn't the database was because I already console logged down here that I was able to connect successfully. So the first thing it does is it checks the connection, and if the connection is successful, then it does log. So console logging stuff like that can be a great way to immediately eliminate some possibilities. And so that immediately told me, okay, there's a problem with my routes. And so looking at my routes here, you know, since the fetch failed and I was able to connect to the database, that immediately sort of narrowed it down to be like, okay, it's a route problem. Yep, it was the route. Ta-da! Hooray! Yeah, so Motown, that might be your issue too. Now we can see that I got a successful message back here from the database. Yeah, and so now if we look in MongoDB, what we'll see is if I go to Browse Collections, I made a new collection for this. So we'll look there first. So we can see I set up a new, I've got actually both in there because when I was playing around, but so this is the one we just built, Hair Salon 2. We've only got the one booking in there, that one object. And so now if we go in the browser here to admin, we can see that there's only one entry on the dashboard. So it's reading from the correct place, it's fetching from the database, and when it's loading this page, it's doing an immediate fetch, an immediate get from the database, and grabbing that information. Yeah, exactly. Rask says, oh, you have a 500. Okay. Hey, a different error is still progress, right? Rask says, another cool tip, add some emojis to your console log, like some for database, other for server starting, etc. With a quick look at the logs, you can identify what's wrong or working in this case. Yeah. I'm aware you can add emojis to the console log. I just never think to do it because it's so out of left field. And I will say that as a SQL developer, emojis cause me no end of grief. Because of Unicode issues and all that kind of thing. So I don't generally use emojis all that much, but that is fun to put them in your error logs. So is this a Node.js server? It is, yeah. So we're using Express and Node to run this server. Yep. So it's essentially operating as, you know, a standalone, even though it's in the same project as our client side, it could potentially be a standalone project, right? So the server could just be running and listening for traffic, and then you could connect the front end to it independently, or, you know, other applications or things to it, and just pass traffic through it. Yeah. Okay. Whew. Well, folks, thanks for sticking with me through that. I always love it when we actually get the chance to do some troubleshooting at the end, because I mean, that's really how coding works, right? You always end up breaking something or making a typo, and it's always good to practice finding those issues and resolving them. ZZ, I think that's what I think that's I think that's kind of what Holly was talking about earlier, is that potentially you could have the whole thing wrapped up in a single, you know, application inside Vite. I haven't really done that. But I mean, it's potential. I would check the Vite documentation to see the types of things you could do. Frankly says, can you store picture files in MongoDB? Yeah, I mean, MongoDB can store a lot of things, but one thing you need to be conscious of is size, right? So a lot of the times, multimedia, photos, that type of thing, they're going to be very large, especially when you have a lot of them. So especially if you're using a free tier of something like MongoDB, you're going to want to be real careful. So one way that you can get around that is you can store your photos in a dedicated photo storage cloud service like Cloudinary that's dedicated for things like photos, and then you can grab that URL and store the URL inside of MongoDB, right? So when you retrieve that record, you're retrieving essentially just text data. You're retrieving all the fields, and then you're retrieving the URL to the photo, and then on the client side, you can just turn that into a, you know, a reference, and then just retrieve the photo from Cloudinary directly. Okay? Holly says you need to start Express with Vite middleware. It's explained on the website. Okay, cool. Yeah, as Mastic said, in general, when possible, store the you know, media in a dedicated sort of a place that's meant for storing media that can handle those large size files and isn't gonna, suddenly charge you $1 million for going over your storage quota. And then just store the URL in the database and then, fetch from the URL as needed. ZZ says, amazing lesson. I've always been skeptical to jump into Node and Express, but this looks so easy to make. It really is. A lot of the times your server side is going to follow a pretty standard pattern. And you can reuse that pattern over and over again and change bits, change the routes, change the, paths or whatever. And it's pretty easy to spin one up. They said, I've always had trouble setting up try catch blocks. Yeah, try catch blocks are great. So helpful in making sure that your app just doesn't randomly crash, right? Like I say, I forgot to set up graceful, timeouts and handling on the client side. But I did at least remember it on the server side this time. Oh, good. I'm glad it was helpful for your code. That's awesome. Yeah. No worries, Disrupt Dev. Thanks for popping in. Thanks, Sagama. Yeah. Okay, folks. Well, we have been trucking for a while. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid, shall we? We always like to spread the love at the end of our streams. And so I'm going to pull that up, and you all can help me pick who we raid. All right. Pull this up. 1 second. I'm gonna raid your fridge. Me too, honestly. I'm starving. Of course. All right. Almost there. Also, thank you all for all the love today, all the subscriptions and the raid, and my goodness, all the follows. Man, folks have just been kicking off. Of course. Thanks, ZZ, Rask, Minnie. Cody makes you hungry. Absolutely. The Discord, somebody can post a link directly here in Twitch chat, or you can do !100 devs, and that will take you to the website, which then will give you a Discord invite. I used to have a direct link to the invite in my bot commands, but for some reason it stopped working. So now you can just go to the website and get a current invite there. Discord gonna Discord, All right, let's find a good raid target, shall we? Make this bigger. Let's do similar or smaller size. We always like to support small streamers. Everybody starts out small. Everybody could use a helping hand. Oh, breaking Git. That looks fun. Oh, well, let's do same category as well. We want software and game development. Of course, super fun. It was great to have you here. Got some leak code, breaking Git. Importing my Epic gaming software to Linux and yapping. Of course, if anybody has any suggestions of someone you'd like me to raid, I'm happy to hear about that as well. That doesn't seem like software game development, but okay. Text editor in Scratch. No Rust for the wicked. Haha. Ooh, doing some pixel art. Trying to build a state machine. Ooh. That seems fun. Theo. Oh, here, I'll get that link for you, ZZ. There you go. I'm wondering about this person here. Trying to build a state machine. What are they doing? Maybe they could use some help with their state machine. Got the 40-yard stare. Maybe, hey, they look like they're having a bit of a hard time. Maybe they hit a roadblock. Let's give this person some love from us. Give them a raid, make them feel better. Okay? All right. We're going to set them up with a raid. Say hi to them as a. Yeah, exactly. We're going to give the guy some help, okay? Um, all right. As a reminder, please be kind. Please be courteous. Please represent this wonderful chat community that I have here right now. Please give the best impression to the person that we're rating possible so that they want to get involved in this community and they bring others to this community. So that's all I ask of you. I'm sure you all can do it. Love y'all. All right, folks. We're going to go ahead and start that raid. Show them some love, okay? All right. I'll see y'all hopefully next weekend. Starting raid now. Raid is going to start in 10 seconds. Of course, it's so lovely to see everybody. And I will see you all again soon. Alrighty, folks. Bye-bye.